good? I guess you probably, I mean, the microphone is more for the people online than it is for you guys because my voice travels. Okay, I just want to make sure. I'm just waiting for the exact time because I know that there's a whole thing, so I don't want to screw up the timing. And I talk very fast, so I guess you'll find that out very quickly. I guess, how many? I just don't want to start talking too quickly. All right, fantastic. Thank you everyone for coming. My name is Stacey Haven. I work at SAP. I am a chief technologist, something along those lines. I've never been a real big person for titles, so for me it's more about can you do the job and can you get stuff done. So that is where I focus my energy. Here at the conference you'll have many presentations that will tell you how to be a technology leader and how to use technology. But to be an effective technology leader, you have to also have some level of influence in your organization. And if you don't, the ideas of what you think about technology and your understanding of how to use that technology is not going to be able to be adopted across the organization. So it's really crucial that you have the soft skills to some degree. I mean, some people are going to have better ones in one area and better in another area. But it's important to have those soft skills to be able to get through your ideas in order to have actually people adopt them. And that's what I'm here to speak to you about today. You can maximize your organizational influence from any seat on any team through two internal mind shifts, building credibility and tapping into emotional intelligence, along with two effective workplace moves, advocating for change and managing your professional reputation. By making these changes on your behavior, you will be more prepared to move your career forward through the power of organizational influence. The paths to maximizing your organizational influence begin with adopting behaviors that build trust and grow your credibility. Trust is an essential component of any personal or professional relationship. It is not a feel-good concept, but a real asset. In business, a lack of trust can derail the best plans, while high trust amplifies strategy, communication, and execution. Stephen Covey defines 13 behaviors that build trust and credibility. These behaviors are powerful because they are based on principles that govern trusting relationships and have proven successful in all civilizations over time. They are actionable and can be implemented immediately. They are universal, they can be applied in any situation and in any culture. Number one, talk straight. Be upfront and clear in your communication. Avoid sugarcoating or hiding the truth. It erodes over time. For example, if a project is behind schedule, say, we're facing delays due to unforeseen challenges, but here's our plan to get back on track. Number two, demonstrate respect. Show genuine care and consideration for others, regardless of their role or position. Number three, create transparency. Be open and honest about your actions and your intentions. Share information freely unless confidentiality is required. Explain the rationale behind the decision to help others understand the big picture. Number four, right wrongs. Acknowledge and correct mistakes. Take responsibility for your actions. Apologize sincerely and correct the errors when possible. Number five, show loyalty. Be dependable and supportive of those you work with. Give credit to others and avoid speaking negatively about colleagues. Protect their reputation as you would your own. Say, this success is thanks to John's initiative approach. Number six, deliver results. Be reliable and produce desired outcomes. Your ability to deliver grows your credibility and visibility. Number seven, get better. Continuously seek improvement and development. Show a commitment to growth. Number eight, confront reality. Address challenges and difficult situations head on. Avoid ignoring problems and pretending they don't exist. If there is tension on the team, say, let's talk about what's not working here and how we can improve. Ignoring issues will only cause instability within the team and has an effect on the contribution and the output. Number 9, clarify expectations. This is a very crucial one. Clarify expectations, ensuring everyone understands what is expected of them. Misalignment leads to frustration and mistrust, especially with leadership. At the start of a project, say, here is what we need from each person to succeed. Providing a success map along with expectations sets a tone that can sustain a project team when things go sideways, which I'm sure we've all been on that team. Number 10, practice accountability. Take responsibility for your actions and hold others accountable. Avoid blaming others. Accountability can sustain a team through difficulties that will likely arise. Number 11, listen first. Actively listen to understand before responding. Seek to understand before being understood. During a conflict, say, I hear your concerns and I want to understand your perspective fully. And mean it, by the way. You can't just say that. Number 12, keep commitments. Follow through on promises and agreements. Do what you say you'll do. That one is probably one of the more crucial ones. Clearly, it depends on the team and what you're dealing with, but I would say if you can't keep commitments, make certain you at least give the visibility of what's going on. Number 13, extend trust. Give trust to others even when it may not be, or even when it may be risky. Give people the benefit of the doubt and empower them to succeed. Delegate a challenging task and say, I trust you to handle this and I'm here to help support you. These 13 behaviors, if practiced, will help you build trust with those who you depend on for your success in the shortest time possible. These are the building blocks to strong professional relationships and the foundation to maximizing organizational influence. Your level of emotional intelligence, or lack thereof, will be the critical factor in your ability to influence across your team and within your organization. Your emotional intelligence, otherwise known as EQ, is your ability to understand, manage, and use emotions to communicate with and relate to others effectively. Emotional intelligence has quickly become one of the most important topics in psychology and business. While understanding technology is crucial, your EQ will have a large impact on your ability to relate your knowledge across your team and get buy-in from management. Professionals with high EQ can communicate to others effectively, provide balanced feedback, lead others through ambiguity. Through the use of humor and those that are able to use humor and build rapport while reading and responding to the needs of others can remain optimistic and even help in the face of difficulty. Today I'm going to share a few pitfalls our ego can trap us in and how your EQ can help you bounce back. Everyone needs to hear the truth, even if they don't like the message. Ask yourself, how am I doing as a leader, as a colleague? If you take the fact that you don't receive much feedback as a sign you are doing a good job, you have fallen into an ego trap. Begin to recognize your first defensive impulse when given feedback. Then ask open-ended questions to help round out what they are trying to tell you and thank them for sharing their feedback with you. You may find yourself overvaluing your technical skills, industry knowledge, or field expertise. You might feel being a subject matter expert is enough, and that excuses you from wasting your time accommodating people. Or you may listen in meetings for chances to jump in and share your expertise so you can be the fixer. Observe these impulses within yourself and how they affect others. Identify what your team really needs from you to succeed. You don't have to be the first to jump in with an answer. When you hire others to to build product teams consisting of people who live on your wavelength, you're unintentionally creating a support system of people who are not equipped to challenge you, to question your way of thinking, or to offer you a different perspective and direction. If challengers are seen as not team players, and if your decisions are made quickly and easily with minimal challenging viewpoints, you may be surrounded by you. You can start by requesting opposing viewpoints and discussions. Just because others don't react exactly as you might, you shouldn't disqualify their contributions. Micromanagers exist in leadership roles as well as in product teams. Do you find yourself always getting involved, even seemingly minor details for just peace of mind? Ask yourself, is my involvement slowing things down? Have I delegated this to someone, but I am still too engaged? Learn to let small details go and work on trusting your team. Here's a good rule of thumb. In a well-executing team, a team member should expect 30% of the critical details and then be responsible to fill in the rest. If you are unsure if it is okay, ask for feedback. As the team member, asking for more feedback, was making sure. Not knowing how your actions affect others is one of the biggest mistakes you can make. It is important to try to avoid the following: shifting priorities arbitrarily, feeling hot about a project one day and cold the next, making everything a priority at once so that nothing is a priority, calling last-minute meetings. All of these behaviors and others can get in the way of meeting your long-term goals and cloud the team's and the company's vision. Make it a habit to question whether your interests are primarily internally or externally focused, to increase the weight and emotional intelligence of your interaction. Change is difficult for most of us. Become an agent of change and you will occupy a unique position within your organization. If you are effective at assuming this role, you will have the ear of top management and at the same time be a trusted figure among your colleagues. If you are the vantage point paired with active role in driving organizational change provides you with a unique level of influence and credibility. As a change agent, you should begin to see change as an opportunity to perform and shine. Begin to understand the rationale. What is the big opportunity leadership has identified? Do you know how to articulate and communicate the fire behind it? Then search to identify a sense of urgency. What are the stakes if the organization succeeds in implementing this change? What are the consequences if it fails? Go deeper and seek strategic vision. What about the strategic vision is motivating? Can you see how the future will be different from the past? What are the steps required to make this make the future a reality? Ask questions and provide feedback to decision makers. Seek to understand by asking clarifying questions. Provide thoughtful feedback focused on solutions. View possibilities through the eyes of the whole versus yourself as an individual. Support the guiding coalition. Who is in charge of the change? How many functions are involved? How many levels of organization will be affected? Are you willing to work across the hierarchy with the people at all levels and functions to support the change? Empower others to act. Lead your co-workers in understanding the common opportunity. Focus everyone in the same direction. Advocate for your co-workers to gain training and resources necessary for the change. Help remove the obstacles or barriers that might prevent people from taking action, and celebrate wins. Managing up refers to the practice of proactively managing your relationship with organizational leaders above you. It is accomplished by understanding their priorities, communication style, and expectations, and aligning your work to effectively support their goals. This practice will be key in maximizing your organizational influence. Your relationship with your direct supervisor is one of the most important, if not the most important relationship at work. A crucial step in managing up is to change your way of thinking about your supervisor. Think of your supervisor as a customer, and you will make and grow your career. Ask your supervisor questions like, what are the goals for our team? What do I need to achieve in the next 30, 60, 90 days? Do you like to receive details separately or in big picture information? Do you want to receive information in bullet or paragraph? In bullet form or paragraph? Professional athletes would never go out on the court or the field if they didn't know the rules of the game, and you shouldn't either. If you don't know how your performance is being measured and what a good job looks like, you might need to ask your supervisor's his expectations, and then again, you might not. Or you might meet your supervisor's expectations, and then again, you might not. And how will we track and measure success? These are questions you should be asking. What does a good job look like? When you begin a new position, it's helpful to know a little bit about the situation you're walking into. Consider saying, tell me about the person I'm replacing. Consider saying, or if the role is new, ask why it was created. Find out what work your boss wants you to focus on and what to avoid getting drug into. Ask what you should know about the team culture and how how the team feels about your role. Ask who you should meet with and what meetings you should attend. At some point, you'll get passed over for a promotion or a project, and no one will tell you why. Why should they? There is little incentive to deal with you if you're defensive, and it's easier to say nothing. The response is the lack of information that gives you no ability. The lack of response gives you no information to manage your career. The easier it is to give you feedback, the more feedback you will receive. The harder it is to give you feedback, the less you will get. So identify 2 or 3 people in your life who care about you, who you can trust. They might work with you now, or they might be past colleagues. Tell each person individually that you want to know more about what you're like to work with. Then ask them 3 questions. What is the first impression I make? What am I like to work with? What do people say about me when I'm not there? It takes courage to ask these questions, but learning the answers could be a pivotal moment in your career. We all make mistakes and need to manage the recovery. When you realize that you've made a mistake, pick up the phone and tell the person live as soon as you know. Don't wait. Apologize and work on develop a solution. Be part of the process. Don't give a bunch of justifications of what happened. Say something like this: I realize I sent you a report with the incorrect information. I am so sorry. I'd like to work with you to make it right. Here are a couple of ideas of what we can do. Maximize your organizational influence through managing up to leadership, gaining clarity on performance expectations, and managing your professional reputation. So this next part is based on my career, way early on in my career. We had a product that we were providing picture services to a major auction website. At the time, my job was to provide integration functionality for our service to be offered in their website. Our customer had a free listing day. So for 24 hours, their services and ours were free to the listers. On the free listing day, my company's service for image hosting were unavailable. So out of 24 hours, they were unavailable for 11 hours and 15 minutes of that time. Due to an increased load internally, due to the increased load, and there had already been a team working on a new version, but it wasn't slated to actually be released for another 6 months. When I looked at the new version, I found that it provided an increased capacity of approximately 4 times what the current version provided. This was positioned as a refactor of the solution, and thus was based on the same tooling as the current version. While this is a reasonable increase, I didn't feel it was enough. It wasn't enough, and we needed to rethink the plan. I went to my boss and I asked the question: is 4 times going to be good enough? He agreed that he wasn't confident that it would be enough to save the contract. I asked if he would give me an opportunity to create a more optimized version to see what was possible. He gave me and a coworker of mine 1 week to create a better solution. Within a week, we designed, created, and implemented the first version of a new platform. It was based on a completely new approach and ended up being approximately 10 times faster than the version that was currently being worked on. So 40 times faster than the version that was in production. Of course, this was still in the early stages and need to have all the additional frameworks added, but my manager gave us the go-ahead to continue. We did fully create the functionality replacement of the current architecture, and even after all the safeguards were added, it was still 8 times faster, so 32 times faster than what was in production. Faster than the new solution. As you can imagine, the solution I worked on with my coworker was the one that was adopted by our company, and in the end, saved the client and a $4 million, which I know that some of you guys work for really crazy big companies, and $4 million might not be that much. But in this company, if this contract had gone away, the company probably would have been done in 60 days. So it was a very big deal. And it saved the company, I'll just say that. I'm not saying that I did it all by myself, clearly, but I'm just saying that there was a lot of things that went into that, and so it was important to keep that. So initially, I was told that the other team had it and not to work on it. I fell into the ego of ignoring I fell into the ego trap of ignoring the feedback because it made me feel defensive. But the solution to that is to ask questions and gain an understanding. So I pushed forward because I knew that change was necessary, and there was a big sense of urgency to keep that client, as you can imagine, because closing the doors is not an ideal situation. Growing your credibility requires you to talk straight and deliver results. I talked with my boss and brought a solution that would meet the overall goal of the organization with confidence that I could deliver. Ultimately, my boss and my customer and I managing to meet the needs and save the account. I wasn't in the leadership position. I was low man on the totem pole at the time. But the strategies to gain the organizational influence provided the momentum to meet the needs of the customer's demands. And these are the resources for the stuff that was earlier. And I actually am done with 3 minutes to spare. There is my contact information. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all coming to my presentation. It's been wonderful. And if we have time, so if you guys have questions, I've been around a while, so I can go ahead. I thought one of the hardest parts is the adoption of new technology, particularly for organizations that are not used to it. And obviously in dev, well, I mean, I've been around a long time. There's this new library and that new library. Let's try this, let's try that. What do they call it? Front end of the business is certainly not open to change for the most part. And I would say the easiest way is to really understand their problem and then provide a solution that meets that problem. And because one of the things with people who are not technical is you cannot easily drive them to where you are. Unfortunately, that is one of the biggest problems with this, is because when you're dealing with technology, people have to feel comfortable with what it is that they're ending up with. And you can spoon feed them and get them there, but if you try to say, here's a gallon jug, let's go, it's not going to work. And so you just have to sort of get them on board, or there is one alternative. You can show them what is possible, which I have done. Usually at small companies you can get away with it. Show them what's possible, and then they are far more accommodating to be willing to take those leaps, and then it's not as incremental to get there. There was someone else who had a question. Yes.
So how do you manage expectations when you're working on that $4 million contract, but you also have people coming to you every day with $100,000 problems?
You know, I'll be honest with you, it comes down to priority. And I would say one of the biggest difficulties in dev in general is prioritization, is knowing, and not to say, I'm going to probably word this a little bit bluntly, knowing what's not important versus what is important. your ability to be able to differentiate that, particularly, so let's say you're in code and you're writing something and you're coding something. If there is something where you're like, there's this one bug, and if I do this, it will probably take me another 3 or 4 days, but I just don't have that time, it's not important. And you've got to be able to prioritize on the fly. So in the same way, when when questions are coming into you, you have to be able to prioritize. And not to say that you're going to say that it's not important, but you need to give them the comfort that you're not ignoring them, but also not going to address the problem. And that, to be honest, that's where those soft skills come in, is the ability to be. So there's I don't remember who said it. There's a really, really well-known phrase. Diplomacy is the ability to be able to tell somebody to go to where Satan lives. I'm not going to go into detail. And have them ask for directions on the way out. That is what you need to be able to do. And I'm not going to say it's easy. It certainly isn't. And it will take a long time for you to be able to get there. But mastering that skill is crucial, particularly in tech, because people don't understand all of that. I know, I'll be done in one.
What's the best way to make others influential and leaders in a company? Suppose you've already got that influence. How do you keep the top talent in your company so long?
Know what they want. I mean, honestly, the only way you keep top talent is to know what excites them and do whatever you have to do to excite them. Some people just want to learn new technology. And it may not even necessarily be what they're actually implementing at that time. It may just be something that they're able to work on. But that is, I mean, keeping the top talent is definitely, but the key is just knowing what they want out of it. Some people want to learn new technology. Some people are happy skating through, but it's knowing where things fall. Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate it.
Okay. Hello, hello. How do I sound on the mic? It's good and all that? Okay. Thank you all for joining me for my first conference talk ever. So, thank you. So this talk is called Embedded Leadership, a guide to leading from within. Okay. My name is Marshall Burns, and I am a farmer. I'm a Navy veteran. I'm a former product and platform software engineer at Accenture Federal Services, where I was a junior engineer. And I'm also a CEO and co-founder of a small startup called Archetype Dynamics Incorporated. Both my co-founders are in this room supporting me today, so shout out to them. It's a picture of a couple of my goats on the farm, and then there's a picture of me with some of my guys on deployment there. Okay? It's a little bit about me. Who is this talk for? Anybody. I don't care if you're a junior, a senior, a lead, a manager, supervisor, director, C-suite personnel. Leadership is something you should care about. All right? I want to make that very, very clear. And also, it's not just for our industry. It goes across other industries as well. So, leadership positioning. I define this as one's physical and mental proximity to the work and the people doing it. One's physical and mental proximity to the work and the people doing it. What does that mean? It's in the definition. How close are you to the work? Are you high level of your team? Are you not there for the day-to-day? Are you even involved? Or are you a little too involved, micromanaging, got your fingers everywhere you're not supposed to? Or are you got a good balance? Okay? That's leadership positioning. It's a nice little photo I took a while ago. Why does this matter? So, for context, in the military, I'm sure as most people know, poor leadership can put people in harm's way. I've been there as a person put in harm's way. In tech or in other businesses or industries, poor leadership can ruin a company, a product, a team, an individual's career. All of this is preventable with good leadership qualities and behaviors. I went from leading 20 to 30 junior sailors when I was only 21 years old to getting into tech and having a career tech lead who could not lead me in the slightest. It was terrible. I had a terrible experience because of their leadership behaviors and where they led from. So I'm going to outline 3 leadership positions. 2 are very common and, from my experience, do not work, or they backfire a lot. And then there's one, in my experience, that has been very effective for me, and I'm hoping it'll be effective for all of you in here. Does that sound good to y'all? Yeah. Right on. So, first, leading from the front. Is anyone familiar with that term, take charge? Or leading from the front, straight up, just leading from the front. Take charge, lead by example. This is what I think of when I hear that, right? In my experience, this is the most common position people like to lead from. It becomes more common the higher up in an organization's hierarchy that someone is. What does that mean? You start getting those promotions, you start worrying about your career a little bit more. You're not really worried about what the people beneath you have as far as the organization goes. You're worried about, let me make more money, provide for my family a little bit more. Or you just don't care enough anymore about those juniors. So there's a couple behaviors we're talking about, we're looking at, right? Making all the decisions. Is anyone in here familiar with somebody at their place of work who does that? If they're in the room, don't say it, if you're familiar with it, okay? This is one of those behaviors. Somebody that's making all the decisions, I'm sorry. Anyone familiar with, this messed up there a little bit, but taking credit for the team's work? That happened to me a lot. In the military, for me, specifically in the Navy, there's a lot of folks who, again, are worried about their careers a little bit more as they get higher up. They want to get that retirement, that pension. So they stop caring about what the juniors got going on. But they take credit for it. Oh, I supervised that. I was in charge of this, even though the junior did all the work. That's not cool. Refusal to delegate work. Please excuse this. When I transported this over, it got a little choppy, but work with me here, all right? Refusal to delegate work. Anyone familiar with that? Okay. I can do it. I can take care of it. I've done this. I've been around the block 20 years. John Doe is a junior engineer or whatever position he's working in. He don't know what he's doing. I got it. I'm not going to delegate the work. I'll take care of it. That happens. They kind of have that get out of the way, I'll fix it mentality. You got that person at your company that's been there for maybe 7 years, and nobody else knows how to do a certain thing or why an architecture works the way it does, but oh, that one person knows. What happens with that person not there? Goes down, right? That happens. Another behavior of this would be micromanagement, okay? You have your, you got your fingers, you know, in all different pots and all different, you know, bowls, if you will, like a marionette and a puppet master. I don't like micromanagement. I don't know about y'all. I don't like it. So what are the results of this that I've seen? Leaders seem self-serving and over-ambitious or just ambitious about their own goals. You are my leader. You are supposed to care about the work that we're doing, the product we're working on, the company we're with, your own career ambitions and goals, and mine. I'm the junior. You're supposed to care about me because I want to get to where you're at one day. Juniors feel left behind and ill-prepared. I've talked about my work at Accenture. A lot of people in here, I've had personal conversations with you about that. I'm not trying to name drop the company or any people there, but when I was there, I felt left behind. The first team that I was on, that engineering team, I was left behind in the dust. If you're looking at that little picture right here, if you're leading from the front, the people in the back might get a little left behind. They're a mile back while you're just going forward, okay? That's how I felt at Accenture, specifically on that team that I was on. The leader becomes a bottleneck. Again, like I was just saying, what happens when that one person who knows every system or that particular system is gone or out or is fired or let go or just decides to give up, I don't care anymore? You got a single point of failure. And that's not good. That one person is at fault, okay? Keep that what I just said in mind. That one person is at fault. So that's leading from the front. It seems like I'm seeing a lot of heads moving up and down. A lot of people are familiar with that, whether that be in your current role or previous one. Well, the opposite of this would be leading from the rear. It is less common than leading from the front, but it becomes more common the lower someone is on an organization's hierarchy. You understand me? What does this mean for those who don't understand me? In the military, you have enlisted ranks, E1 through 9, okay? E1, 2, and 3 are junior personnel. The moment you hit E4, you're a non-commissioned officer. Everybody with me, okay? Once you hit E4, you get a little leadership, you get a bigger paycheck. You know what I mean? So people are still very much junior. The chances are they're younger. They have a role of leadership role, but they're still lower on that pay scale. So they become a little bit complacent. So that's what I mean when I say it becomes more common the lower that leader is on the organization's hierarchy. So what are some of the behaviors of leading from the rear? Poor delegation of work, not no delegation of work, but poor delegation of work. If I have 2 engineers on my team, one is a wizard at front-end work or full-stack work, right? They got the tools, the Reacts, the Views, the Svelte kits, the whatever JS framework you're learning this week. They got it all, right? And then I have a systems engineer, who can build whatever I want from scratch, talk to the machine. I'm talking to ones and zeros. It would be odd of me to delegate to the systems engineer, hey man, can you add a feature to this web app real quick? It'd be a little odd. That's poor delegation of work. Could he do it or could they do it? Absolutely, I'm sure they could. But why not just have the person whose job that is or who's proficient in it? You gotta play to those people's strengths and be aware of their weaknesses. Being unavailable. This one is personal. We live in a world where I have Slack, Teams, FaceTime, text messaging, email chains, GitHub tickets, Jira tickets, whatever you use to communicate with your team. Why is it that I message you, I ping you in the morning time, I don't hear back to the next day, maybe a day later? Has anybody dealt with that? It may just be me, okay. And it's sad that it's not just me, okay? Why is that? Why is that? I get when you are a leader, you are going to be busy. You will have more administrative work to do. You will have more people to worry about, including yourself and your own career and your own livelihood. But that's what being a leader is. You will have more on your plate. You will need to take care of that and take care of your people. It is an excuse, in my opinion, to say, sorry, I didn't see that. Sorry. But you were online. The status said online. I even saw the little typing bubbles pop up. You just decided not to respond to me. And avoiding difficult conversations. This one is very, very, very important. Like I just said, you are a leader. You need to have difficult conversations with your personnel, okay? You may, for example, for me, when I was back in the Navy, if I had two sailors who may have been getting into it, somebody says something very outlandish, we got to stop that before it becomes a real problem. Pull them aside, and I talk to them. Hey, what's going on? Let's figure this out. Treat them as adults, right? That's where we all are. In tech, you might have to, hey, man, your code quality sucks. This pull request sucks. I don't like your work ethic. You might have a difficult conversation, but it's not just you talking to a junior. It could be your junior talking to you. Hey, boss, I don't like the way you talk to me and stand up today. You kind of put me on the spot, whatever it may be. Or I don't like your leadership style. I need you to, to fix that for me. Or something along those lines. You're not mentoring me. Whatever it is, you have to take that input and say, okay, thank you for that, and have a little feedback, a little conversation. Do not avoid difficult conversations. This is what people who lead from the rear do. So what are the results of some of these behaviors? The team feels abandoned. Again, I've been there before. When I was on deployment, we had a leader, and he didn't hang out with his guys. He didn't do anything with us. We trained together, but after that, that was it. He's going back home, but we wanted him to hang out with us. He's part of the team. We were a 10-man team. We're close-knit. But he would hang out with people who would further his career rather than the guys he was actually there deployed with. I didn't like that at all. So we didn't have trust or faith in that leader. There were some other situations that happened. I'll spare you the details, but remember earlier I said people could be put in harm's way? I'm not name dropping though. Okay, problems arise before the leader knows. Remember, previously, the leader was that bottleneck when they're leading from the front. They're single point of failure. It's their fault. Something broke. Prod broke. It's their fault. Now, leading from the rear, the senior's not even a part of this. It's the junior's fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. Your fault. Somebody's always to blame, apparently. And then the junior struggled with the lack of guidance. I've been there. I thought, am I cut out for this? Imposter syndrome, right? Am I cut out for this? Am I good enough? Am I supposed to be a developer or an engineer? It don't seem like it, because you're not telling me that I am. You're just somewhere doing your own thing. Everybody understand what I'm talking about here. I'm preaching a little bit. I'm sorry. Here we go. So, this is leading from the rear. I had a leader one time. That's him on the left-hand side there. And he told me this phrase that's right above the photo, and it stuck with me to this day so much so that I am bringing it to you all. It's nothing that's going to change the world, in my opinion. You probably heard it before, say it a different way. That's all good. Be the leader that you've always wanted. I want everybody to say that with me real quick. Go ahead. Be the leader that you've always wanted. Okay, what does that mean? What does it mean? Be the leader you've always wanted. I know what kind of leader I don't want, so it's easy to kind of let's do the opposite, right? I don't want somebody that's not there or is completely unavailable, is afraid to have the difficult conversations with me, only cares about their own career, shows up to stand up, then all of a sudden they're gone for the rest of the day. I don't want nobody like that. I want somebody who is there doing the work with me as best as they can, who communicates with me, et cetera, all the good qualities that I have yet to mention, right? Okay, so this guy changed the way I think about leadership, and I'm hoping maybe he has a little impact on all y'all as well. So, going back to the Navy, this is before I was a leader. I'm a junior here. I don't know what's going on in the world, but I'm thinking about it now. I had somebody tell me something that got me thinking. Now it's my time to shine. I get promoted. Look at that smile. Woo! Oh, yeah. I was like, oh, I'm promoted now. I got a bigger paycheck. It was great. Oh, sorry about that. After all, let me fix this real quick. After the photos, after the congratulations, the handshakes and all of that, it was business as usual. Yeah, I got a promotion, but it's back to work. It's time to lead. And so knowing these different approaches and having these terrible experiences, specifically in the military alone, people leading from the rear, leading from the front, what is my approach? I want to be the leader that I've always wanted. I want somebody who has those good qualities. So I chose to lead embedded. Folks, this is not very difficult. The most difficult part about leading embedded is the fact that it takes an immense amount of intentional effort. You all know this stuff. Give everyone a voice and listen actively. It feels good to be heard, right? It feels good with y'all hearing me right now. This is great. I love it. Working alongside your team in the trenches. The trenches, what does this mean? It depends on your field, right, your industry. For me, like I said when I was on deployment, we wanted our leader with us. That's how you build that camaraderie, that unit cohesion. You may have heard that term before. In tech, it's a little different. We all have our own machines, sometimes our own cubicles, our own offices. That's okay. You don't got to be sharing that machine. You could check in with your person. Hey, how's this going? Am I doing enough as a leader for you to succeed and have a good output so this product can be better, this company can be better? Am I mentoring you enough? Do you have the proper access to whatever you may need access to? When I was at Accenture, I waited for access to a computer for months. I'm reaching out in stand-up, hey, I still don't have a machine to work on. Oh, we're working on it. Now, I know it's government work, but come on. I'm just sitting there, it's terrible. So showing your team that you are willing to work alongside them, you will build the utmost faith. They will have the utmost faith and trust in you because they see, all right, you down here with us. You don't think you're better than me because you have a larger paycheck. You are here to do the same work that I am, a little different, obviously, because, you're a senior or whatever, but still, you're there to do the job. And then communicate clearly and frequently. This is very important. I love clear, concise communication. Again, that being unavailable thing. If I reach out to you, I should hear back from you. I get maybe an hour later. I could give you a little leeway. Maybe you have more meetings and things of that nature. All these behaviors, we are all aware of them in this room. We know what this is. This is just being a decent human being, honestly. But the hardest part about it is it requires effort, intentional, a great deal of intentional effort. Okay? Do y'all want to give effort? Do y'all think y'all want to lead embedded? If you're a junior right now and you don't have anybody that works for you, I should say, that's fine. You should be learning how to properly lead. You should be looking at the leaders you have right now and saying, I don't like that behavior, or I do like that behavior. All right? Maybe if you want to tell the leader about it, go for it. You should be learning right now. If you are a senior and you think I've been doing this for too long, I'm on my way out, and I'm stuck in my ways. No, that's not good because you're going to negatively affect that junior's or several juniors' career, and guess what they're going to do when it's their time to lead? They're going to repeat that same cycle, and it's going to keep going. I feel as though if everybody decided to lead embedded, use these simple good behaviors and be intentional with it, we could potentially break that cycle. This is all very important to me because when I was in that role, my mental health went down the toilet. Okay? The military, that also kind of, but afterwards in tech, I didn't think that would happen in tech. I'm thinking everybody's on the same page and all this communication, and we got all these tools. No. So my mental health went down the toilet. I was contemplating, is this for me? I need to just find another job, all of that stuff, right? I did not have someone who led embedded, okay? But that's okay, because it taught me a lesson. It taught me a very important lesson, okay? The results of these behaviors, the team feels heard and valued. Again, we like that feeling. We like feeling heard and valued, appreciated, especially at work. That's rare. You like doing that at home and feeling that at home, but at work, you just kind of I'm going to show up. But if you go and show up, but you're heard and appreciated, I could stay a couple more minutes and talk to so-and-so or take care of this job or this ticket or what have you, if you're actually going into the office, right? The leader maintains credibility. We have two companies, right? Company A and Company B. There's a senior or a tech lead or a manager, whomever, at Company A, along with the junior. That person, that senior decides, I'm going to go to Company B. I've done everything I can here. I'm getting a promotion, maybe a bigger paycheck, maybe it's closer to home, whatever. So they go to Company B. That junior loved working for them so much that they are willing to honestly uproot part of their life and change jobs because that leader left them. Now that they left, everything's kind of gone down the toilet. So I think I'm going to hit them up on LinkedIn and see if they're hiring. That is credibility right there. You carry that with you. My juniors in the Navy love working for me, and I ain't, it's a kind of a flex, kind of not. They enjoyed working for me. They enjoyed working for me and with me because I was out there with them. I'm giving everybody a voice. I handled business, okay? I handled it. Shared ownership of outcomes. Leading from the front, who was the person I said was at blame? The leader, because it was that single point of failure. Leading from the rear, chances are the person to be at blame or break production or whatever it may be is what? The junior. Leading embedded, we all got problems right now. We are all at fault. I'm not going to blame you because maybe you didn't do something correctly. Maybe your code was poor. I didn't check your code well enough. Maybe my code was poor. Whatever it may be, we all share this outcome. Nobody's to be at blame. We can all feel kind of crappy about it, but okay, let's fix it as a unit. Let's decide what the next step may be. Everybody understand that? All right, good. So yes, it's very, very simple, folks. It's nothing revolutionary in my opinion. It's just intentional effort, all right? So if you take anything away from this, please, please, be the leader that you've always wanted. Think about that. Think about those negative qualities and behaviors that you've experienced or are experiencing now. Change it. So that way the junior that you mentor or have working for you fixes it for the next person and the next person. It continues. And hopefully it gets a little bit better down the line, all right? Okay. Thank you all very much. Feel free to connect with me. Thank you. Feel free to connect with me. I'm in the market for a new role, so if y'all want me to bring some energy to your workplace, I got you, okay? Scan my QR code for my portfolio, and I really appreciate this. This is great. So I really appreciate everybody coming to see me talk, all right? Thank you. Yeah, sure. Right on.
And currently, I'm a software engineer at Fleet Device Management, where we're doing endpoint telemetry, MDM, for corporate laptops, mobile devices, things like that. So this is a scene from Groundhog, a 1993 movie, where the main character is caught in a time loop. And I felt like I was living in a Groundhog Day a few years ago. I was a tech lead at a large company working on a project that depended on another upstream engineering team. And every week we'd have a meeting with the two teams. And every week I'd be asking the same question, trying to keep my tone professional. Hey, Alex, how's that component going that we need from your team? And every week, Alex would say something like, oh, yeah, I meant to get to that, but I got pulled into something else. I'll try again next week. So first, I gave it the benefit of the doubt. You know, stuff happens, priorities shift, but then it kept happening. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, same story, no progress, no accountability, no one stepping in. So I was boiling inside. I kept thinking, why is no one telling Alex to work on this? Where is the project manager? Who is making the call on what really matters here? Now, we did have a roadmap, but it didn't seem like people took it seriously. When something didn't get done, it just kind of quietly disappeared from the plan. Deadlines slipped, commitments evaporated. Meanwhile, I still had to face my boss with another non-update. So this frustration kind of started eating at me. I'd sit in those meetings and I'd end up thinking all kinds of dark thoughts about Alex, about myself, about the company. And this situation wasn't just a few bad weeks. It kept happening in different iterations year after year. It was years of pretending everything was fine when it wasn't, years of wondering if this is just how companies worked. And I'd go home exhausted, not from the actual work, but from the sheer weight of this organizational dysfunction. And yes, part of the problem was that I myself was jumping to a bad conclusion. But let's dive in to understand the full extent of this priority confusion problem here. So in many organizations, engineers don't know why their work matters or how it fits into the bigger picture of the organization. Sometimes engineers get vague information like, we have a customer that wants this, but which customer exactly? Like, what is their exact use case, and how bad do they really want it? Do they want it really badly, or was it just an idea a sales guy threw out, and the customer said something non-committal like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Some other examples of vague directives include make it reliable, make it faster, we need dashboards, or the current popular feature, add AI. So in addition, at many organizations, engineers don't know how to prioritize one task over another. And engineers are smart people, and they tend to optimize locally, like making a service that has full test coverage with complete telemetry instrumentation, with great error messages, instead of optimizing globally, right, shipping the thing that actually unlocks revenue. So here's a few examples of activities that unlock revenue. Helping a large customer bring up your product, or quickly fixing issues for a customer that we're trying to expand the contract with. Or if there's a customer that had repeated infra issues, trying to pay closer attention to those issues. And as you notice, these examples are kind of customer focused. The point there is that there's a link to the company either making more revenue or at least preventing the loss of revenue. So the third problem is that many organizations, engineers don't know the priority of the work other teams are doing. So let's give an extreme case here. You can have a team A and team B, and maybe the team A is doing work that's important, more important than team A. Perhaps all of the work that team B is doing is more important than all of the work that team A is doing. Well, that doesn't make sense, right? Instead of continuing on this path, team A should help out with some of the work for team B, or maybe they can split the work between them. So what about managers? Are they contributing to this transparency problem or helping with the solution? So I used to be a manager years ago, and it was a lot of work. I have great respect for managers. And part of the challenge was getting the information to my direct reports. If I'd sit in a manager's meeting, maybe I missed something. Maybe I was distracted by, my email or something like that. Or if I'm presenting information to my direct reports, what if I present it incorrectly, out of context? Maybe I was missing something. In extreme case, this might turn into a game of telephone where by the time information gets to the actual engineer, it's completely different. This is a great quote, so I'll read it. Efforts and courage are not enough without purpose and direction. And that's what many engineers at these problematic companies are missing: clear purpose and direction. So let's switch gears a little bit with a little dad joke. Why did the software engineer visit this old factory? Because they heard it still ran on assembly. So we're visiting this old factory to talk about kind of the context of engineers and managers and how we got here historically. So let's start with some kind of basic business logic. So businesses want effective output from their engineers, meaning engineers' time should turn into big revenue. This is an old quote, basically saying an engineer can build a solution that costs a lot less than another person can. So engineers' value lies in solving problems with fewer resources. And if you think about software engineers, like as software engineers, we're basically creating value out of almost nothing, right? Just some CPU cycles and some memory. In addition, good engineers don't just write more code, they find the leanest, most effective solution. Engineering work is knowledge work, and it is notoriously hard to measure. Like, yes, we have metrics like number of commits, lines of code, but all of those things have their issues. Can managers measure engineers? Not really, I'd say. They can't sit over every engineer's shoulder and see exactly what they're doing. Managers must trust that their engineers are doing the right thing. Now, managers do have their toolkit, right? There's some management basics that every good manager should have, right? One is one-on-ones. Regularly meet with your direct reports to get face time, dig into their issues, get status. Then there's the second one is feedback, regularly providing positive or negative feedback to your engineers. And then the third one is trying to kind of grow your engineers with coaching and delegation. And the last one is just status meetings, right? You have your status meetings where everyone on the team can share information. Here's another little dad joke. So are those management basics enough? If an engineer has a good manager and they're working on a story, can they judge that story's impact on the company's bottom line? I'd say maybe, right? What's missing from that manager's toolkit? Why do so many engineers still feel like they don't know what's going on at their own company? So let's move on to some solutions and talk at least how my company, Fleet, is trying to solve these problems. So the first problem is there's a missing transparent link between individual work and business impact. So, just like in Jerry Maguire, engineering leaders have to show engineers the money. I'm talking about business money here. How does the business make money? So at my company, Fleet, we try to make all these prioritization artifacts available to everyone. So I'm talking about things like which features we have committed to which customers by which dates. So these are contractual obligations. Then how big are the customers, how much money they're paying us, as well as how much money can they potentially pay us if they expand their services with us. Which bugs are impacting which customers, and exactly how many bugs does each customer have. And then perhaps we have prospects, and we're trying to build features for those prospects, trying to turn them into customers. Here's an example artifact. So here's a roadmap board. So we have like our releases here, and it goes up and down. This is just a snapshot. So this is a kind of a rough idea of what we're planning to design and ship over the next several weeks. And these are mainly based on customer commitments and strategic priorities. So we have things like this, roadmap boards, we have spreadsheets, we have usage metrics that we're getting from customers, and we also give our engineers access to Salesforce for customer details. We also continually gather feedback, like internally, whether it's with skip-level meetings or retrospectives, to make sure like all engineers are aligned on the same page regarding company priorities. And then we tweak things, if they're not working. For example, like this roadmap board, this is just kind of been here for a couple months. It's kind of recent. So we're tweaking stuff as if things don't work, we kind of try to something else to make sure we stay transparent. All right, let's talk about the second problem. So sometimes there's no visibility into the priorities of other or work of other teams. So oftentimes in companies, functional areas are in their little silos. So at Fleet, each product group has a dedicated board. So everyone can go to that team's board and see like what they're working on that sprint, whether they're overloaded, whether things are behind. They also have another board with their backlog, so everyone can see the backlog and see if that team won't be able to take on new work. So one of the values at Fleet is to have short toes. So that means being less sensitive and less territorial about your work. That means being able to grab work from others and letting others, grab work from your functional area. So I like it because it effectively makes us all entrepreneurs in the sense that we are able to work on the most important thing for the business. And it's really the key point for me is that, when I'm coding, when I'm doing some work for my company, I want to work on the most important thing. And I want to know for sure that that is really the most important thing for the company. This also kind of creates an expectation that others will help out and jump in because there's this transparency. They're able to see that, maybe I'm working on something important, but I need help. Okay, let's talk about the last problem. At many companies, the decisions about priorities, trade-offs, and cross-team alignment are kind of opaque. And engineers must rely on filtered communication through their managers. So in reference to this quote, I've had plenty of bad managers in my career, and I'd say each of them was bad in their own way. What if I got a manager who is not a good communicator? And if you think about it, it's actually pretty common for a software engineer who gets promoted to a manager to maybe not be that great at communication. So then the company has a sort of inconsistency issues about how information gets passed down from management down to their engineers. So one of the most favorite things about my company is that almost all of our regularly scheduled meetings are recorded that anyone can watch. So this includes like status meetings, most customer calls, and even the CEO's staff meeting. And my favorite way to consume this information is I go to the gym, I jump on the elliptical machine, and I queue up a few meetings to watch, and I watch them sped up, which also means that I may actually want to skip a meeting because I know I can watch it faster later. And then if I want to watch another meeting, sometimes I have to like keep going on an elliptical machine. So it's a sort of type of habit stacking. But that means even if I'm unlucky to get a manager who's not the greatest communicator, I'm still able to know what's going on at my company. This also means that sometimes I actually know more than my manager knows about the reason why we're doing things at the company, because my manager and I may be watching or attending different meetings. It's also great for recruiting. Like how many engineers can say they know exactly what was discussed at the last CEO staff meeting? And things discussed could include OKRs, objectives and key results, how they're going for this quarter, what we're trying to prioritize for next quarter, or KPIs, key performance indicators. And both OKRs and KPIs get reported up to the board of directors. So effectively, that means engineers are able to see, what they're working on, what the priority CEO is discussing, and all the way up to the board of directors. Okay, so I wouldn't be completely transparent if I didn't mention a few of the factors that are kind of helping our company to be perhaps more transparent, internally transparent than other companies. So we are open source, and we're built on another open source product. So we have kind of an open source foundation, and we're trying to model a lot of our processes on GitLab, which is another transparent company, large publicly traded transparent company. We're also fully remote, so that means there's a focus on processes and giving ability to individuals to make decisions and do work on their own, because we may be in different time zones, right? And we need to trust that our people are going to do the right thing for the company. We're also kind of public by default, and this is kind of a business/marketing decision for how we're positioning ourselves to our customers. So that means any documentation or artifacts that we release to the public should be public unless there is a good reason for them not to be. So for example, I'm working like on a research, on Spike Story, doing some technical research. So the result of my research, I should make public unless there's a reason not to. So since we expect this kind of openness from our employees, we're basically asking our employees, hey, make your work visible to the world. It's only fair that the leadership and the company is just as open internally in return. So I'll mention a few of transparency challenges that we have. So first of all, we have hours of recorded content, shared Slack, internal documents being updated, public documents being updated, GitHub issues, etc. And people's inability to deal with this fire hose of information can lead to burnout. So we've actually seen it. Secondly, people tend to give answers or act in ways that they think are more socially acceptable or desirable in public situations such as recorded meetings. Now, from one end, it is good because people tend to be nicer and more empathetic, but then on the other hand, maybe they feel like they can't be themselves. So we do have one-on-one meetings and skip levels that are not recorded where people can kind of air their grievances. So we also have lots of documentation, and sometimes documentation is behind actual practices. So we try to reward and recognize people who are updating our documentation. We have a thanks channel in Slack where people can often thank others for updating documentation. All right, so let's start to wrap things up. So if a company doesn't value transparency and keeps their engineers in the dark, then engineers may end up working on things that are wrong, that don't bring value to the company. So the problem at my old company wasn't Alex. He wasn't slacking off. He was overwhelmed, just like the rest of us. Everyone was acting on noise instead of following the signal. No one had the authority or clarity to say what actually mattered. This wasn't just a communication problem. This was a trust and transparency problem. And the absence of that transparency created a frustrating, demoralizing fog. Everyone thought they were doing the right thing, but nothing important seemed to move forward. So this experience changed my understanding of leadership. Because here's the truth. Without shared visibility and shared accountability, even the best engineers will lose direction. And polite status meetings won't save you from a broken system. So as leaders, our job isn't just to set direction, it's to make the invisible visible so that everyone's aligned. So people have asked me, my company is not very transparent, but I'd like to be more transparent. What can I do? So I'll give some kind of grassroots type advice. So as first step, you should be aligned with your manager, right? To a certain degree, your manager has to agree that a certain level of transparency is important, which means you need to know your manager's priorities, which means kind of knowing what your manager knows. So I personally strive to know about 90% of what my manager knows. But how do you get there? Well, ideally, you would have recorded meetings like us, but if not, you could ask if key meetings could be recorded. What if they can't? Well, perhaps those meetings have notes, and you can read those notes. If not, maybe you can suggest that they use an AI note taker. AI note takers have gotten pretty good lately. What if you can't get there? Well, then definitely have a weekly one-on-one with your manager. You need to kind of know what are the key meetings your manager is attending, key meetings being the ones with the largest signal-to-noise ratio, and then ask your manager about what was discussed at those meetings. And then once you're aligned with your manager, try to repeat that with your manager's managers, but maybe at a scaled-down version. I think it's reasonable to meet with your manager's managers once a month, but maybe you can do it as often as every 2 weeks. And then most importantly, kind of share what you're doing with others in your company. So you begin to build this kind of a grassroots transparency movement. All right, so that concludes my presentation. I have some links about my company. We are open source, we are hiring, and you can connect with me at LinkedIn. Thank you, everyone. And I guess I'll be in the hall if you want to talk.
All right.
They can hear you, by the way. No, no pressure.
Great.
Right. Good luck. We're good.
All right, so everyone having a great time so far? Woo, there's the energy. All right, so these people are happy too, because they got requirements for a brand new project. Have we all been there? I've been there. Super exciting times, right? All right, let me spoil that for you. Sorry. Who's familiar with this? All right, I see a lot of hands. Everyone knows the cat's not happy either. Who am I? My name is Avindra Fernando. I'm a software consultant based in Kansas City. I help clients architect web applications which are scalable, and I also help them modernize their tech stacks. So I work with a variety of different projects, a variety of different domains, a variety of different technologies. React Server Components has happened to be one of the things that I work on. I also work on helping setting up testing strategies. I migrate existing tech stacks onto more modern tech stacks. So if anyone has any project ideas they would like to discuss with me after this talk, I would be happy to chat. Let's go back and figure out, before we talk about the struggles, where this all started. It all started with rendering, right? So if we go back to our React world, we're familiar with client-side rendering. That's what we do today, right? But what's the negative here? If your client has slower internet, if they have almost no internet, then here's what's going to happen. The moment they load it, they're going to see a blank screen for a while. A few seconds later, they may start seeing a page. Mostly we're devs, so we don't experience that. We got great internet. Unfortunately, our clients don't. So that's where it all started, right? Because we realized that every client has this really powerful thing called a browser, and the browser can run JavaScript, so let's just leverage JavaScript engines to do all of that work. So that's what we did. The real reason why it was a struggle is this: the famous use effect. Or should I say, the infamous use effect. Once we were given this tool, what did we do? We just went crazy with it, right? Just started adding it to fetch data, to sync up state on your DOM, a lot of things. Now then the React team figured out, okay, no, slow down. That's probably not okay. So can we offset some of these responsibilities over to the server? Because now we have the power of client machines, we also have power of servers. Why don't we leverage that, right? That was the birth of React Server Components. So the idea is pretty simple. Now think of it as you have this app here, right, and you're going to structure it in multiple ways. What if some of your components were server components and some of them were client? Pretty powerful concept. The last time I said this, someone asked me, dude, are you talking about PHP all over again? That's what we used to do. The difference is timing. It's not exactly PHP. Here's why. PHP days, that's the only thing we could do. We did stuff on the server. We barely touched the client machine, right? Because we didn't know it was powerful. We didn't know how well the JavaScript engines can do their job. So we barely used that. Now, we've gone the other way. We use the JavaScript engines on the browsers for everything and everything, right? So let's just bring back some of those responsibility back to the server. So this little girl gets it. Let's have both, right? All right, so we started with React being a library. If someone says anything else, they're probably lying to you. So when the whole industry was demanding frameworks, right? They were like, we're going to come up with different frameworks to achieve this. So what can we do? So why don't we take React all the way to production? And that's when Next.js comes along then with the tagline and said, it's a React framework for the web. Now we're a production-ready framework. So with Next.js, essentially the idea was we're able to support server components. We're able to also do client components. And they highlight this really well, right? So when do you want to use client components versus when do you want to use server components? So here, if you are fetching data in your components, that's an obvious use case for a server component, because a server can handle that really well and construct all of that data, send that constructed HTML back to the client. If you are wanting to still track button clicks, more interactive elements, those can now live on the client, right? So now we're kind of unlearning what we've been doing with React and relearning this new pattern of when do I use what component. So great time to be. So how do we use it, right? So for example, here is an example of a navigation bar component. We have a set of navigation items, and you see this keyword right up top. Now, if you have already messed with server components, you're probably familiar with what that is. What is use client? By default, in the server component world, server components are run on the server. So if you want to make something run on the client, you have to specify to the compiler and say, hey, this should be running on the client. So the industry agreed standard was use client. We use that to denote that this is a client component. Now, there's a caution. We're going to have to be careful when we start adding use client all over the place. So just because you add use client, you're probably not going to be able to do something like this. So for example, you have a client component, and then you want to use a server component. You can't simply inject it how you used to do it, right? So importing it would not work this way. So what you would do instead is you have to restructure your client component to accept children, and you can pass in your server component as a child to your client component to solve that. So this is going to work. So now, once you have a property, you can pass in a server component to your client component as a child, right? So that's what we're going to be used to. Let's see what the industry said about all of this, right? So anyone familiar with the survey State of React? You participated in it? All right. So with React 19, a lot of cool things came out, right? So we're going to expect like excitement, positivity, except when the results came out, this is what they said. The devs were frustrated. Like pain point number one, React server components. What do we have here? Suspend, server actions, user action state, use optimistic. All of these are pain points. So people who were excited about these things, now they're listing it as things which are really hard to deal with, right? And that's expected. Because what happened was we were used to writing React a certain way. And now we've kind of fundamentally changed that perspective, right? So we're at this junction of unlearning what we already know and relearning a newer way of writing React, which is, so the pain points are expected. So this is actually good news, in my opinion, that this is what we're seeing with the survey results. So I want to share with everyone a common list of pitfalls that to watch out for, or I would like to put a more positive spin on it, so lessons learned, right? So that when you all get started with server components, you know not to fall into the same traps, or you know what to look out for. So the first one I want to highlight is state management confusion. So for example, let's say you have a component like this, where I want to be able to track. So I'm showing a product grid, and I want to be able to have a button which tracks featured products, discounted products, and things like that, right? So imagine that I have a button that essentially sets a filter, and based on that filter, now I'm going to filter out the product grid. So for example here, I am trying to fetch the list of products, and I'm also trying to do an on-click to set state. So I mentioned earlier, in server component world, everything is by default a server component. If you try to make this a server component, the compiler will complain and say, no, that's not allowed, right? The violation here is, can someone spot it? Use state, right? That is a client side construct. So ideally, you can just blindly take this code and port it over, right? So we have to unlearn what we know. So constructing React like this is probably not going to work. So now we have to figure out which parts can be offset to the server, which parts can the client do, right? So let's refactor a little bit. So now I have my server component, which is going to track a filter. And what I can do is I can pass state using the URL between the client and the server, which is perfectly valid, right? Which was an age-old trick that we've been using for a long time. So let's leverage that. So use that idea there to pass a state, and then you can fetch the products on the server side, and then you can construct a product filter component which keeps track of what the user is clicking, right? So when they click on featured products, it updates a URL, passes that state over to the server side. So that component will look something similar to this. And this is a client component. So we have to declare use client. We give the directive up top. Now this one, you can keep track of all the button clicks. You can use state. You can use anything that the client is interacting with, client is clicking, right? So, and then once you want to use it, here's where you can track your button clicks and update filter. It'll update the URL. The URL will essentially be read by the server component. It can fetch the products based on that and return the results back. So again, we have to unlearn what we know and relearn this new pattern of how can I deconstruct an existing component and which part goes on the client, which part goes on the server. Because most of you, I imagine, are working with existing code bases, right? So now you have to think about it in terms of how do we refactor these code bases, right? If you're starting with greenfield, that's the best place to be, but most of us in reality are not in that boat. All right, so the fetch fiasco. This one's a cool one. What if I have a set of components here which are calling three to four other components? So you have a product header, product details, product reviews. Now, in each component, we encourage to fetch data, right? So what if different teams wrote it, or you're not even that aware of what it's doing, but what if in each component we are fetching the same data? So here's an example of line number 12 is fetching products by ID, right, product info, and then in line number 17 we're doing the exact same thing. Now when you run this, in theory, it's going to run multiple times. It's going to be fetching the same data over and over again. Now, whoever's working in Next is probably like, no, that's not true. It doesn't work like that in Next. That's true because Next did optimize all of that, right? But if you're working in React Server components outside of Next, there's many other frameworks that are exploring the idea, right? If you choose to go to any of the other frameworks, just be aware that this could potentially be a problem that you may have to handle. So what do? We can, you can use two different approaches. The first one is to deconstruct where you fetch the data, right? So if you have three components, the product header, product details, product reviews, you can essentially fetch the data in the parent component and then pass the data around as a prop to the children components so it can use it whenever it needs it, right? So then only one fetch will happen. Or with React 19, you can essentially use React's cache. With React's cache, you wrap your call in a cache directive, and now you can call it many, many times over and over again, but React's going to be smart enough to know this has already been invoked, and I'm going to only fetch it one time, and every other time it's going to come from the cache. Now, in Next, behind the scenes, under the hood, that's what they've done. So this automatically happens in the Next world. We probably are not even aware that's what's happening, but it's good to be aware of this is what's happening under the hood. So in case you do choose a different framework, something to watch out for. All right, client-server waterfalls. We've heard the word. Well, what does it really mean, right? Essentially, sequential loading versus parallel loading, right? If you have components that are traditionally being loaded sequentially, how do I essentially make sure that doesn't happen? And how do I make sure that I can load things in parallel, especially if they're unrelated? So if you have a set of components like this, usually what happens in a waterfall scenario is it's going to be completing everything that's been told by user profile, then it's going to go to user posts, then it's going to go to user stats. So if they're sort of related but mostly unrelated, then you're waiting one after the other for everything to complete. What if I can parallelize this, right? So this is where even the dude gets confused about the stuff. Well, not really confused, but I think he's in suspense. And the suspense is a little bit terrible. Well, no, that's a wrong suspense. We're talking about React suspense as a solution for this, right? So bring in the idea of providing a fallback to your users when you are doing this loading type of scenario. So they're not just looking at something which is blocking another component, right? So this way, you're providing a great user experience by showing, all right, when my user profile is being loaded, what do I show, right? It could be a skeleton screen, it could be loading icons, whatever you think would be the right user experience for your product. So you can wrap your components in suspense and get it working. Now again, in the next world, some people are probably like, we don't do that. Well, Next does a lot of things for us. So does anyone know how Next handles this by default? Loading.tsx, yeah. You can have a parent level loading.tsx, which should essentially listen to this. But if you want to get granular, you can include suspense boundaries in your components as well. Let's talk about error boundaries. How many of you have had a scenario where there was an error in one component and crashed the entire application? All right, been there myself, right? Something like this. Let's say you are having a product, you're loading reviews which are unrelated to each other, but then there was an error in product and caused reviews to crash. Nothing shows up, right? So I wanted to get creative with this, so I did ask AI to generate me, okay, what is this going to look like? And not only AI generated this error scenario, but it actually told me what's wrong. It's like, you got to know better. So the entire page crash could have been prevented had you used a granular error boundary. All right, so that's what we'll do. We'll go add error boundaries to solve it. You can wrap your components in error boundaries. You can define it however you like, right? It could be a component that your UX team has come up with that you can show. In Next, it will be a specific file called error.tsx that you can put your logic in. If you want to get more granular than that, you can also include granular error boundaries as well. So now, what you can do is, in your components, you can freely throw those errors and not worry that it's going to bring the entire application down, right? Because you have boundaries set up, it's only going to go to that level. It will just show that one component with your fallback for the error and say, the review has failed, but every other thing in your application is functional. Okay. What's the largest lesson of this all? Do we all feel like we're standing on the bottom of a mountain and looking at a huge mountain like Everest? Like, this is a lot of stuff coming our way, right? That's normal. I've been there. Everyone has been there. This is what we're going through right now. So again, I asked AI, okay, what do we think? And again, it's pretty snarky. It said, okay, I think it's going to take about 3 to 4 months. Okay, hopefully. We'll see. Maybe I'll say about 6 months, right? Let's do a 6-month learning curve and see where we are after all of this. And the goal is, once we go through that, without quitting, once we go through that valley of despair, are we going to get that aha moment to say, all right, I finally get this stuff. I'm going to go make some great applications with React Server components. Yeah? Is everyone on board? We'll meet again in 6 months? All right, cool. Well, most importantly, I want everyone to have fun. So that's what we're here for, right? Coding is a lot of work, but we're here because we love coding. And we love to have fun, although it's painful. That pain is good, right? I want to leave everyone with a quote that's dear to my heart. Stay hungry, stay foolish by Steve Jobs. Again, my name is Avindra Fernando. I'm a founder and consultant of Temperament Consulting, where I help clients architect various web applications. help them with their testing strategies, do workshops, do one-on-one mentorships. I conduct code reviews for teams. So if anyone has any ideas that you're kind of struggling with in your company, I would love to have a chat and discuss that. This is my webpage. And although they said no questions, to be fair, I entered 5 minutes early. So, because I do want to hear some feedback and questions. So if anyone has anything, let's talk. What do we think? Yeah?
So what is the best way to handle cache in server components? You stored the React's cache, right?
Yes.
Are there any other best ways beside that?
Yeah, so the React cache is for the component itself. But if you're referring to data, there is different mechanisms that you can use for data caching, right? So if you're using something like Next, it allows you to essentially, by default, I think it automatically figures out the best scenario, whether you want to cache the data or not. Otherwise, you can say, these pages, I want it cached no matter what, right? It's a privacy policy page or it's a terms and conditions page. Doesn't change at all, right? Let's keep it cached forever, and you can do that. Or if it's highly dynamic data, like banking data or something like that, you need real-time data every second, then you can instruct and say, don't cache this ever, right? So it's all a mix of match approach that you would select as a developer for your team to say, these components always cache, these components never cache, these components in between, right? You can use another mechanism where you can say, keep it cached until an X amount of seconds, and then go refetch the cache again. So it's all, freedom is up to us as developers to come up with these ideas. Anything else? We're ready? All right, thank you.
Okay, yeah,
So don't
I
say
should be.
anything, I guess. Twenty seconds.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Uh, Today I'll be talking about AI code reviews using Node.js and TypeScript. So I'll be showcasing like a GitHub PR bot, which is going to do the code reviews for you. Okay, a little bit about myself. My name is Raja. I'm a senior software engineer at Loop. It's a car insurance startup. I know I have my LinkedIn up there, but you can grab it at the end of the screen, or also the slides will be available to you on the Commit Your Code website. All right, let's go to the agenda. I'll be talking about the GitHub apps, the AI SDK that I used, a little bit about the architecture of how the flow is built, the demo, and also next steps on what you can do, taking my code and also expanding it into your own things. All right. I think we have all seen this tweet before, like, ask a programmer to review 10 lines of code, and he'll find 10 issues, and ask him to do 500 lines, and he'll say it looks good. So basically, this is how it will look like if a developer is like reviewing 500 lines of code. This is where I think we can use AI. It does not get tired. It can review 500 or 5,000 lines. It's the same to it. Also, the accuracy also will be good. Unlike us humans, takes us time. It's like a lot of mental drain for us to do 500 lines of review. Now, the code review bot, some of the features, I'm going to just go to the features. It automatically does the review, so you don't have to do anything. The second you create the PR, it's going to does the review and create a comment if it has any bug fixes. Performance insights and auto fix generation. So once it creates the comment, you can ask it to fix it. So it's going to create a new branch with the fix inside it. And also multi-repo support. It's not like fixed to one specific repo. You can use it on multiple repos. You just have one code that handles all of that. The tech stack is Node.js, TypeScript, the AI SDK. You could probably use any other SDK, that's fine. But AI SDK is what I'm using. For the LLM, I'm using Gemini. Probably better to use Claude Sonnet 4.1 or something. And to deploy it, I'm using Cloud Run. You can use any serverless architecture or deploy it on your own machine. Really doesn't matter. Now, why GitHub apps? It's because it provides us with two things. One is trust, and the second is security. Now, trust is where, like, if a user or a developer is using your app, like, your code, the developer needs to trust that, okay, like, this is coming from the right place, and we give it access to the right repo, and also what permissions we are asking from it. So we can set granular controls. In the demo that I'm showcasing, I only gave it access to if a comment is issued or a PR is generated. So only two things, so the developer knows, or the company knows who's using the app, knows that I'm not taking too much data from them. And it's multi-repo support. You can use it on multiple repos all at the same time. And security, JW-based authentications, that's the second part. I don't have to handle any security. You install the app on your GitHub repo, so that part's taken care of. I don't have to handle with any of your API keys. And the biggest one is webhook integration. So whenever an event is created, it's directly going to call my API that's there. So I don't have to manually check that, hey, like this specific repo has a PR created or a comment issued. And coming few details about the AI SDK, it's provider agnostic, so it really doesn't matter which provider you use. You can use OpenAI, Claude. You can use multiple things at the same time. So if it's like something like creative writing, you can use GPT 4.1, or if it's coding, Anthropic. And it gives you structured responses with type safety. So if you're using Zod and you have a type already set up, you can ask it to respond in that specific manner. So if you ask it to write a story and you want a title and a description, and the title needs to be a number, for example, and the description needs to be a string, you already have this type in your React component somewhere else. You can use that same type and use Zod to actually ask the LLM to respond in that specific manner. And also it has streaming support. Obviously, the AI SDK is front-end and back-end. The AI core is the back-end side of things. There's also a front-end SDK which has the UI already, so you can create a chat application probably in like 2 minutes if you use both at the same time. Now the architecture for the way that it's built is you have the GitHub repo, which has the events that are happening in there. And there's a webhook. This is a simple Express API/webhook is where it's getting called. Whenever any event happens, it's going to call this webhook, and we're going to create like an event filter. So we may get hundreds of events from that GitHub. We don't know what event we're getting, but we have to filter it out. We are only looking for like 2 specific events. One is when a pull request is open, and the second one is when a comment is created. So let's start with when the pull request is open. When a pull request is open, I'm going to give that code to Gemini. I'm going to show you the prompts in a second. I'm going to ask it to see if there are any bug fixes, any performance insights that it has to do, and reply me back in a markdown format. I'm going to take that response exactly and put it as a comment in the GitHub PR that's there. So I don't have to do my manual changes. It's going to come in markdown format, push it directly. I'm going to use the GitHub API, which I think is called OctoKit. They have like JS, Python, and other libraries with it. So I'm going to post the comment in there. And to apply automatic fixes, let's just say in that same PR, you created a comment saying apply suggestions. I'm going to get that event saying that, hey, a comment is created. I'm going to filter out the comments saying apply suggestions. So I'm going to filter it out saying that this is from me, not from a bot. Anybody could be writing this comment. So I'm making sure that this is actually from a user that's typing it. Once I filter out the comment, I'm going to give it back again to the LLM. I'm going to ask it, I'm going to give the comment to the LLM, the fix that the previous comment has, and both of them combined, it's going to create a file. And we're going to create a new branch, put the file in there, and create a PR from that branch to our branch so that we can merge it, our flow is completed. And use the GitHub API to do the same thing. This is our first prompt, which is like creating like the code review. So you can see that we are saying that you're an expert code reviewer bot. This is important because it sets like the role and the tone for the bot to reply back to you. We're going to send in some details like the owner, repo, the PR number, title, some of the description, and what files were changed. And we are asking you to focus on 2 things right here, which is the bugs and the performance fixes. And at the end, if there are any issues, we are showing that, hey, like comment apply suggestions. If there are no issues, it's not going to comment that. It's just like an extra step that the user knows to actually type this in if he wants the fix. If there are no issues, it's fine. Now, prompt 2 is actually on top of prompt 1. This is where whenever a comment is created to apply these suggestions, what I'm doing is that I'm sending the original files and also the comment body. Now, the comment body was created in prompt 1 by the AI. So it's going to take that in, and we're going to create something called file and file name. We need this in this specific format because this is what we are going to use to commit to our new branch that's there. And also like only include the file that needs the changes. We don't need extra stuff. We don't need anything. We just need what's changed, and we're going to put that directly into our new branch and create a new PR to the new. All right, let's look at the demo. Let me showcase you guys just a little bit of how the bot looks like in the GitHub. So this is how it is. This is the GitHub app. You can give it access to anything. I gave it access to the issue comment and anything dealing with the pull request. You can do push, and there's a lot more events that you can do. Once you install it, you have it. You can see that I have it in my applications. I install my own thing. You can configure it. Give it access to any repos. I gave it access to 1 repo. You can give it access to everything. Let me showcase the pull request on how the bot works. All right, let me show you. So I have a bug in this code base. Hopefully, people are able to catch what this bug is in this use effect. There is no dependency array in there, so that's the bug. So hopefully the AI catches it and gives us, let's create this pull request, create. While it's going through that, so we have this GitHub apps, the same thing. You can see all the events that we are getting over here. This is one way to do it, and you can see like, hey, like this is the massive payload that you get. And also you can redeliver it if something got, sometimes it gets canceled, you can redeliver it. Or you can go to your Cloud Run or any webhook event thing and still see the comments that are happening over there. Let's back to code base. There you go. You can see that the bot actually replied back saying, hey, in this specific file, there is a problem, that the use effect is missing a dependency array because it's cleanup function. Now it added a comment saying that, hey, like, it fixed the code and it just added a comment saying that, hey, like, add this empty dependency array. And since there is a bug, it wrote a comment saying apply, comment apply suggestions to apply these changes. Let's write that down. Let's comment apply suggestions. You can also see that the apply suggestions didn't run when the bot wrote it, because I filter out those events. It's only when an actual user writes this is when we do it. You can see processing your request, AI suggestions, take a moment. Now, if I hover over this, you can see that it created a new branch with the changes that are there and created a PR to our current branch. Let's go click on it. It's also everything is connected, so the PRs are all there. You can see that they're all mentioned in here. If I go look at the file changes, you can see that exact branch. So the change is adding a dependency array over there. So that's like the whole flow of what happens. All right, let's go back. Thing. Now, some next steps that you can do with this is, I just showed you the code review process of what this bot can do, but you can generate tests. Like whenever somebody creates a PR, you create a new branch, create tests from it, and create a PR to this specific branch. You can update documentation on PR merge. So PR merge is one of the other events that's there. You can be like, hey, like whenever a PR is merged, grab the details of it, create a new branch, create the documentation for it, and create a pull request to your main branch. And going into different, you can add more complexity into this by creating Jira tickets. So whenever a bug is found, you can say that, hey, like go create a Jira ticket and add that Jira ticket in your comment, in the comment that's there. And also you can move the Jira tickets whenever a pull request is merged, move the Jira ticket from like in progress to like done. And scan for exposed secrets, API, another thing, you can integrate Slack into this. Whenever a bug is found or an API secret is found, you can directly, these are like real-time notifications that users can get through this. And generating release notes from your commit messages. That's one other big thing where whenever a PR is merged or something, you can create the release notes, so we don't have to do that manually or show the PR and the PR descriptions too. That should be it. Thank you, but I'm gonna show the code a little bit so you guys can go through it. Now, you can see that I created this webhook endpoint. This is like a very simple API. It just says webhook. But the GitHub app gives us access to issue comment created, and there's also like a pull request.open. So based on this specific request is what I do. And when you go to analyzer, you can see that there are some specific prompts. Prompt is right here, You can put in your code and it's gonna generate the text that's there. So it is pretty easy for you to use the code and expand on top of this. And one more question you may ask is how am I going to test my webhooks locally? That's probably the biggest question that everybody has in their mind. I have everything written down in the README file, which is how do you create a GitHub app, which I haven't shown. We didn't have the time to show it, but you have to create the GitHub app, give it access to everything. And for the local development and testing, you can actually use the way that GitHub actually recommends, which is downloading the SME client, Target doing this. You can use ngrok. There's also a few other online testing tools that if you just want to get the webhook and test it out, you can do that. Deploying to Cloud Run, you have some access to how to deploy your application to Cloud Run and how to install your bot using the bot. So there's a lot of stuff that I've like actually looked through it, like common issues. If you have any issues, you should just go through this and you should be able to fix it. Any questions? I think we have a lot of time.
So, say one of the devs I review is a notorious vibe coder, right? As I'm looking at it, does your AI review ever not catch things because it's AI reviewing AI? You know what I mean?
So that is where I think if you look at this PR, the AI actually hasn't reviewed the code over here. So you can have it in a flow where it's like every PR that's generated, fix it, and it's going to go into the flow of like, because here I just blocked it because the PR is created by an AI. But if you can actually go through a loop where it's like it fixes every single time it goes in the loop, create a new branch, fix it. But I created like the comment of apply suggestions for a specific reason so that it does not go into a loop. So you have to manually type apply suggestions for it to actually do it. There is an automatic way that I tried out, but I'm like, I don't want it to go through a loop of like trying to fix itself hundreds of times. That's there. There is one point where it does stop. If there is no bugs, obviously if there is a dependency area already in there, it's going to say like, hey, like there is no bugs. You just stop there.
How does it, sorry, does anybody else have questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, how does it perform in that case with more of like architectural issues? If something is more of a code smell than an actual bug, does it still catch those kinds of things?
Not the way that I've written it. The way that I've written it is, that's why I said like you can expand it into like multiple things. The way that I've written is I'm only giving it context of my specific PR. But the way that you should work, and billion-dollar companies that are built on this work, is they give context. They give a lot of context. What I'm doing is prompt engineering. They do context engineering where they give it, because sometimes the AI may say this is a wrong pattern, but the company patterns are different from the AI patterns. So you have to give it access to it. You have to give it access to your Slack, your Jira, like how much of a context that you can get is what you put into that specific prompt that's there. So that way it can make better decisions on top of it. And you can have like multiple agents working together. So one is like reviewing the code, one is going to generate the code. So you can do it like a step-by-step process and expand on top of this if you want to.
You gave an example of that more obvious case like use effect.
Yeah.
How about more certain case like performance issues, like extra re-renders? How good is that in catching those issues?
It is going to catch the re-renders. If you do, I do have like an example of a re-render that happens where it's like a, I think I put like a let me show, okay. Where it's like a change for, hopefully it's this there. I'm just going to go through it to see what it is. So here it's like we are just counting for some specific reason. We are increasing the count when the page renders. This shouldn't be happening, technically, I guess. It's not a performance issue in the sense, but it shouldn't be happening because the count starts from 0. It shouldn't expand to 1. And if I create one, it should be able to give the review in there. It'll tell you what it is. You just have to wait a second. But the way that I've built it is giving you like the simplest example that you can use to like expand on top of it, where creating code reviews. I feel like most of this, it matters on the context. Because performance issues to you may not become performance issues to the LLM or to someone else that's over there. So yeah, you can see that here. Created one, count should start from 0. It removed the use effect that was in there. So multiple use cases for it. It depends upon how much context you're giving it. I just said performance issues just for the sake of it. But you can give it like, hey, get this prettier file, do this specific thing, or get this performance issues. This is what we had before. Or give it access to the Jira tickets, which has bugs already inside of it, so it can go through it. There's always use cases to like expanding on top of it. You can use MCPs. You can use MCPs, give it access. You can use a Supabase MCP and see that, hey, this is giving the wrong response. One of my DB tests is giving the wrong response, and it can connect to the Supabase MCP and actually go through it. You can do natural language with it. There's a lot of use cases that you can build on top of this. Yes.
So does Alert to Back accepted or like rejected suggestions over time?
No.
Okay.
It's the way that we built it is not our own specific model that learns by itself. We are just calling like a Gemini or OpenAI GPT that's there. If you want to build your own model that actually learns, I think that's what Cursor does. The Cursor's model, what they do is that they, every time, it's like a RL program that they do, it learns by itself. Like every time you do a change, it learns. It keeps on learning, but that costs a lot of money because you have to host your own model, keep it learning.
I was also thinking about like the context window as well. Like I imagine with the larger ones, there's like context limitations with the smaller ones, I guess you can say.
Yeah, that's, if you want to like go into the context window, you have to split it into multiple agents. That's why it's better to split it into multiple agents than use one single one. So if it's just a bug fix, there may be multiple bug fixes. There may be architectural problems. There may be like code problems. There may be like prettier or any other problems that are there. So you can have multiple agents going through it like, line by line and giving it context at each stage. It's like, hey, like the prettier is not prettified. Go there, give it context, just that specific context. If it's a bug, give it the Jira tickets or something and say like, hey, go fix this, that specific context. That's where the context window helps. Most of the time, I would say it's not good to even take the full context. Like I know Cloud Opus has 200K tokens or something. It's not good to take the full context because it may miss a lot of things. There's a lot of details that it may miss, like going through it. That's why it's better to break it down into multiple agents and just go through that flow. Any other questions?
So going back to her model comment, is the way that you built this, is it pretty much plug and play? We could want to train our own model or fine tune a model. Can we just replace what you have?
Yeah. The AI SDK allows for that. That's why I'm like, you can use any model that you wanted to do. So I'm using like the GPT. You could use Claude Sonnet. If you want to train your own model in Hugging Face and like try to install that, do it. If you want to connect MCPs, do it. Like I've done like AI SDK with MCP, like Superbase MCP, where you can natural language query the DB. So you can use multiple MCPs inside of this so that it's like, it's your wish how far you want to go with it. So, but the code base, if you take this, you can expand easily on top of it. It's written in such a way that you can expand on top of it. Any other questions? All right, that should be it. Thank you, guys.
I'm tired. Yeah. 2, 1. Oh, we're officially on the clock. Oh, Hi, everybody. All right, we're going to keep this sweet and succinct. Make sure you're in the right place. Crazy web performance with Azure Static Web Apps. I'm a huge fan of the clickbait titles. We're not really going to talk about crazy web performance. We are going to talk about Azure Static Web Apps, which is one of my favorite tools in my toolbox. And since I only have 25 minutes, I want to just be short and sweet and show you some cool stuff that you can go use now. So, hi, I'm Kevin. If you don't know who I am, that's okay. A lot of people don't. I am a Microsoft MVP. My focus is primarily in .NET and Azure. I love everything .NET and Azure. I talk about it on the internet. If you like to talk to me later about Azure or .NET, you can talk to me in all the places that people can be talked to on. But we don't have time for that. I'll have this QR code at the very end so you can get it. Who out there deploys web apps? All right, I would imagine so. So we really don't need to go into the lesson here. The fastest way to deploy a web application is not doing all this crazy server-side rendering BS. It's just flat files. That is the single fastest way to deploy a web application. HTML, CSS, and maybe even a little bit of JavaScript. So there's a lot of different ways to do this. If we were talking Azure, I would talk to you, just throw it up on blob storage, just expose a file to the internet. And if you were running your own server, just expose a file to the internet. I'm going to talk to you about a slightly better way to do this. If you're on Azure, who's not on Azure? All right, Aaron, you don't count. Everyone else, I'm going to transition you to using Azure by showing you Azure Static Web Apps. So obviously, there's a lot of different ways to do this. So step one is you obviously need to build an app. Now, I'm going to build an app inside of a screen share. And what this is going to do, play. Oh, there we go. All right. All right, so while this plays, I'm going to talk. I'm using Astro. Who uses Astro? Or has used Astro? All right, doesn't matter if you use Astro or not. You use Next, or Nuxt, or Blazor, pull it back to .NET. Specifically .NET Blazor WebAssembly. These are all different ways to build static web applications. Because if you've ever built on any of these different platforms, you know, you can do npm build or yarn build, and it gives you a directory full of just static files that you can then upload to wherever you upload files to. I'm building an Astro site. This is going to be super simple, super straightforward. I actually thought I cut out most of the tedious stuff like installing dependencies with npm, but the end result is going to be a static web application, all said and done. So when you do this in just regular PowerPoint, you have a nice little bar where you can drag it to where you want it to be. You cannot do that in presenter mode. So everything's said and done. You build the Astro site. Yay, everything's great. You go to the website. Boom, you get Astro. Cool. I want to take this site and I want to deploy it to Azure Static Web Apps. So first, we're going to create an Azure Static Web App. Now, if you're not an Azure person, you have no idea what this view is. It's like AWS, but way better. It's like Google Cloud, but way better. So go ahead and start the thingy. So everything in Azure starts inside of a resource group. You don't need to know anything about this. There's a nice little directory where you can go say, I want to build an Azure Static Web App. It says Static Web App. And you go through a wizard. And the wizard lets you fill in all the different bits and pieces you want. First, you're going to set a name. What do you want it to be called? You get to pick a plan. Now, this is not intimidating at all. You have free or you have standard. And we'll talk about what the difference between them are in a moment. And then you need to pick where is your application hosted. So imagine most of us are on GitHub. Some crazy people are on Azure GitHub, DevOps. And then you have support for other platforms like GitLab and whatnot. Once you pick that, you pick your backend or your front end. So you can see we have a lot of support here. I did custom just because Astro's a little bit weird in some cases. But I'm going to pause it for, ooh, no, I'm not. All right, lesson learned. Do not use videos in presenter mode. Okay. We're going to ignore this. You go through the wizard, it goes off, and it deploys your application. This is where that application exists right now. I'm going to get myself back over to, yeah, and I'm going to go to that site. Boom, Astro. Now, I'm sorry, I didn't get to show you all the little bits and pieces in between. When you create an Azure Static Web App, the first thing it's going to do is go off to your Git repo. So I told it I'm using GitHub. It goes into GitHub, and it installs a workflow on your behalf. So who uses Azure Functions or Azure, GitHub Actions? All right, it's a GitHub action. This GitHub action, whenever you push up code, anytime you do a pull request, it's going to take your code, it's going to build it, and then it's going to do a super secret deploy to your Azure Static Web App on your behalf. You don't need to do any of this configuration. It does it all for you. So this is really cool because it means your app basically gets deployed immediately. What I'm going to do for funsies is, because I can control it here, I'll show you right here. So I said hit create on the web application. It's going off and doing the deploy. You get your portal. But then if I switch over to the GitHub repo and go to actions, we have an action workflow of the deploy. So anytime you push the main, it runs this GitHub action. And this is doing all the build stuff in the end. And we'll talk through this a little bit more in a moment. But in the very end, we have a URL that shows our site. Now that's the entire talk. I'm done. I built an app and I deployed an app. That's literally in the entire talk, right? Done. So thank you. Standing ovation is welcome now. So, all right, there's more. Now, I mentioned that there's different plans. 99% of you are perfectly fine with the free plan. It means it costs you absolutely nothing. You get your fully crazy fast web app that's deployed. You have a couple limitations, specifically around staging environments, which I'll talk about in a moment, and they're really cool. And also, like custom domains. Who needs more than 2 custom domains for any particular web app? You get crazy things like API management and authentication built in. We're not going to go deep into that because we don't have time. But then there's some other like enterprise-y BS that you could get, like private endpoints or edge routing, which I don't need, but if you needed it, you could pay for it on the standard plan. Who wants to guess how much a standard plan costs? You know, get out of here. Like, that's the answer. All right, $10 a month, you can have a standard plan so you get all the enterprise stuff. I run one app on enterprise just because I need more staging environments, but everything else I run on free, including all my client applications. So that's really cool. Now, let's talk about staging environments, and let's make some changes. This app exists up in GitHub. I have the repo right here. Let's do clean. I'm going to switch back over to main real fast. Just make sure I have all the data. And we'll do a git checkout on a new branch. We'll call this I love Aaron. Just because you're here, Aaron, I have to do this. I'm going to switch over the cursor real fast. And we're going to find my welcome thingy. I'm going to remove all the H1 tag and says, I love Aaron. Of course, I can't type for anything. It's like, you mean Astro? No, I mean Aaron. Aaron's wife. I've actually never met his wife in person, but I'm sure she's perfectly nice. Someone else is like, I choose Aaron's wife too. So real fast, we're going to do a commit, and we'll say, I love Aaron. We'll commit this up. So we'll do all the fancy Git stuff. Is anyone intimidated that I use Git CLI? Really? I'm sorry. It is the way. All right, so now if I come over to GitHub, it's going to say, hey, you have a PR. Let's go create that PR. I love Aaron. I'll create the PR. So we're going to sit here and we're going to wait just a second. Like this should take about 50 seconds. You see my Azure function, or not Azure function, GitHub Actions are kicking in. And if we go watch what's happening underneath the scenes, it's all my PR. It's going to go off and pull down some GitHub Actions stuff. And it's going to build the app, and it's going to deploy the app. But it's not going to deploy the app to my main production website. It's going to give me a special staging area just for this PR. All right, so it's going through, it's doing all the build stuff. Finish upload. So it's done, it's just in refresh. Hold on. Oh, there it goes. All right, so you see here I have a website. And I'm going to go to that website. If I go to that website, it says, I love Aaron. Yay, everyone's great. Now let's do a quick comparison. So this website, oh, that's not the one I want you to see yet. That's the main website. Yes, I know, go away. The website on the top is the main website. And then the website on the bottom is the branch. And so out of the box, they're going to give you this really weird, obscured URL that you can use. And what makes it even more obscure is you can see at the F dash. So the 4 represents the PR that I just created. So this is cool. I can iterate on this PR. I can do different changes and just make everything look the way I want it to. And when I'm done, there we go. I can go back to the PR. And, oh, CodeRabbit got its 10 cents in. What did CodeRabbit say? Oh, it's just a summary. Okay. I'm going to merge the pull request. And now that this is inside of master, 2 things are going to happen. We are going to run 2 different GitHub actions. The first one is on main. Main is going to go redeploy the main production app for me automatically. Now, if you're scared by that, you can put limitations on it. That's all in the GitHub action. The second thing that it's doing is it's going back to the branch and it's doing some cleanup. So it automatically turns off all of its staging environments after the PR gets pulled. That way you don't have things lingering afterwards. So we'll just wait a minute. Is this done? It's done. So if I refresh this, that web page isn't found. That staging site is completely gone. Yay. And now, I don't know if it's done yet. So yeah, it's not done. But here in a minute, we'll love Aaron. And all this stuff, you can just watch the GitHub actions if you wanted to see any progress at all. So in testing, this stuff takes like 20, 30 seconds. Of course, when I'm actually doing the live talk, it takes over a minute. I don't understand why. All right, let's refresh. I love Aaron. So now I love Aaron is live on. Yeah. Yay. Much rejoicing. All right. So that's staging environments. Let's talk about just some weird things that you sometimes want to do with static apps that you can't do through traditional deployment means. One is custom routes. So let's say I have this site and I want to create a custom route. So if I go to /Kevin, right? I don't want that to go to a HTML file. I want that to go to maybe Kevin's website, do a proper redirect. Well, because everything is HTML files or JavaScript files or CSS files. How do you solve that problem? How would you solve that problem? If I only support static files, how do you do a redirect? The easy answer is you create a file and you throw some JavaScript in there to do the redirect. So it goes, gets kevin.html, and the first line is what, window.location equals whatever. Well, we could go into our static web app and we can go to routes. And I can tell a route, I want to add a new route. So if I type /Kevin and it's a GET request, I want to redirect that to consultwithgriff.com. And you can pick that as a permanent redirect or a temporary redirect. It doesn't really matter. You do all this stuff and you hit add. And what it's going to do, this is actually internal to the Azure Static app. This made an edit to my repo on my behalf. Specifically, it updated this configuration file that's in my repo, saying if you see a request to /Kevin and it's a GET request, you should redirect to consultwithgriff.com. Now, this is deploying, and just for fun, I came out here and I said, well, let me add CYC. So this redirects to commit your code. And this doesn't ever hit my site. It never hits a file. Static Web Apps is grabbing this on my behalf before anything happens. There are limits to this. I found out the hard way because I moved a site from an old domain to a new domain, and I was trying to set up the redirects for SEO reasons. Back when we cared about SEO, like we don't care about SEO anymore, but when we cared about SEO, I wanted all the redirects, and I put them all in this routes file. Turns out you can only have like 250 of them. Oh, it ruined my day. I lost all my page rank. But that's a thing you can do. And when this is all done, I don't know if this is done yet. Yeah, it's done. So if we go back, and we'll go back to Kevin, and this redirects to my web page. So cool, that's a thing you can do. Now, sometimes when you're building an application, you want to do slightly more than you can do with just static HTML, CSS, or JavaScript. Sometimes you might need to talk to silly things like databases, or you might need to go to Twilio or do something. It'd be really cool if you just had an API you could talk to, and we get that opportunity with static web apps by using Azure Functions. So I built a PR that exposes an API. Now, this API gives us a random John Wick quote. And the way it works is you go into your app, you create an API folder. Actually, I'm just going to check out into it. Git checkout, Node.js. We'll go in the cursor and show you up here. All right, so I have an API folder. If you put, sorry, that is super difficult to see, I apologize. If you create an API folder and you put code in it, you can build Azure Functions in Node.js and C#. I'm using Node.js just because I actually couldn't get the C# example to build. That's more a me problem than an infrastructure problem. It was just easier to build this out with Node.js. But all an Azure Function API is you have a function definition that says, when I get a request, a GET request to John Wick-quote, we want to execute this Azure function. This is a trigger, and we're going to have an action attached to it. The action is this little line of code. So if our endpoint gets called, it goes through, grabs a random quote, and returns a 200. You can have as many of these as you want. There's no limit on the number of Azure functions you can support, but this is a very basic Azure Functions project. And when it's under the API folder, why aren't you? There we go. when you run it in side of a PR, we'll go look at the GitHub action. It created a flow diagram for the thing. You know, CodeRabbit's really cool. I like CodeRabbit. But if we go look at the GitHub action that ran, there is a very specific step. So this is a system called Oryx. It's all open source if you wanted to see how it works. But after it builds our static web app, which you can see here, it creates the static Astro site. It gets to a point down here at the bottom where it detects the API. Right about here. So it detects the API, and it notices that it's Node, so it goes and does a Node build, and it deploys this to a special place where it can see the API endpoints. Now, this is really cool, because if I go to the site, this is the John Wick quote generator, it goes and gets a quote, and I can hit the button as many times as I want to. Cool. Every time, let's bring up developer tools. Let's hit a new quote. If I zoom in and look at the request, you can see it's coming from within my app. I don't have to deal with any pesky cross-site or cross-site stuff. It's all the same origin, and this is great. Now, Azure Functions are limited. It's easy to push simple Azure Functions, Node.js or C#. If you want to get a little bit more complicated, there's mechanisms for doing that. So API options are obviously Azure Functions built in. You can also bring your own containers if you have container apps. If you're running Azure App Services, you can bring those as well. And what's really cool is inside the configuration, those are separate web applications. They have their own URLs. They manage their own everything. But when you tie them directly inside the static web app, static web apps will use the same URL for them internally. So if your static web app is, or if your Azure App Service is mywebapp.azurewebsites, well, your Azure Static Web App uses the same endpoints. It automatically does the mapping for you. And that's a huge saving just because then you don't have to deal with cross-site scripting stuff. Who's dealt with cross-site scripting? Yeah, that's a pain in the butt. No one wants to do that. You don't have to. So there's a whole bunch of other stuff that we could talk about inside of Azure Static Web Apps. They're primarily geared towards more enterprise-y endpoints. I'm not going to talk about application telemetry or anything like that. We could set up custom domains, just simply sending the DNS records. I do run my website on Azure Static Web Apps. This is great. This is a GridSum application. I have another app called Always Under Attack so we're recording. I'm not going to say anything. When the recording's off, I'll tell you more. But this is always under Cloudflare attack, and it's a Blazor WebAssembly application hosted on Azure Static Web Apps. And so it's all custom domain stuff. But this is a very good tool inside of my toolbox. Hopefully, it's a good tool in your toolbox in the future if you're deploying any sort of static web application. But I'm at time. I'm happy to answer a question or two, and then I'll tell you all the secret sauce once the camera's off. Sorry, online folks, you should have came to the conference. But thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Yeah, go away, online folks.
forget that people are tuning in online. I feel like I'm Kai Cenat. What's up, chat? No, I'm kidding.
I mean, feel free to like talk to people. It's just I'm gonna start it out.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. Who's local? Who's here from Dallas? Awesome. Let's go. Fellow folks, thanks for staying. You know DFW rush hour starts at 3? As someone that lives off of 380 in the tollway, I know it very well. Where did you guys come in from? Anyone coming from really far away? Yep.
College Station.
College Station, Texas A&M?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you an Aggie?
No, my wife is.
Oh.
I work for the Transportation Research Institute.
Okay, awesome, awesome. Anybody else came in from other places? Yep.
I'm from Houston.
Ooh, H-Town. I lived there 4 years. Know it well, know it well. Yeah.
Midland, Texas?
Midland. Oh, Landman. You watch Landman?
I don't, but everyone says that.
Oh, you have to watch it. Okay, now I have to get back on program. You got to watch it. It's great. Takes place in Midland. All right, hello everyone. Welcome to Mastering Large Language Models, Prompt Engineering for Precision and Performance. And this is going to be one of those talks that is a little bit more of a softer talk. You guys have probably seen a lot of code today. You're going to see a lot less code in this talk, but I like to break it up sometimes. If I see a lot of technical sessions have been submitted, I like to throw in a little bit of a softer, a little bit more laid-back talk. So I submitted this one, and it got accepted. Woohoo! I'm Danielle Laregi, and I manage the developer advocacy team at Atlassian. And we actually have one of our newest members, our newest developer advocates in the room, Bree Hall. Hi, Bree. I don't think the camera is going to pan out online people. She exists. And we are actually, I'm growing the developer advocacy team at Atlassian, and actually we are posting 2 new positions, this is a little plug, on October 1st. So if you're interested in joining us in building developer advocacy at Atlassian, feel free to reach out to me. We are 100% remote, not hybrid. So if you like working from home in your PJs like I do, feel free to apply. And part of our thing at Atlassian also is we have an open communication, no BS culture, build for trust. Accountability is a team sport, and empower all humans and unleash their potential. Those are some of our values. So if you feel like those values resonate with you, feel free to apply or talk to me later in the hallway track. All right, now getting back on topic. So we are starting to see a huge shift in software development. Many devs are starting to say that they are finding that they are spending or really wasting 8+ more hours to inefficiencies of their day. And we're also seeing that developers are finding that it's very hard to track down and share information. Now, unless you've been under a rock, you've been seeing that there's been this new boom where everyone's starting to talk about AI, agents, large language models. And many companies are actually starting to invest in growing their AI capabilities and investing in large language models, but their employees, their culture, their people, they don't really understand how to use it actually in their day-to-day. Now, as devs, we're finding that actually devs are writing less and less code every day. So a portion of the devs' time these days is actually less than 1/4 of their day is actually spent writing code. How much time of your day is spent writing code? Who here is spending about 25% or less of their day writing code? Anyone? Okay, a few of you. What about 50% or less of your day is writing code? Okay, 75% or less writing code? And what about 100%? You're just always writing code. You're always in your IDs. Everybody? Okay. All right. And we're actually seeing that we are spending 84% of our day as devs actually working on other things. So estimating story points. It's going to start bringing back some of that PTSD that I used to have back in the day. Agile sprints, bug triage, context switching, meetings, and more meetings. Who here loves meetings? Everybody's like, nope, I don't love meetings. Updating libraries, feature flag cleanups, all of these things are contributing to the rest of our days and are really impacting the amount of code that we're writing each and every day. But one thing that we can do is we can start to become more productive with AI. Now, when I say we, I mean humans can be more productive with AI. Not AI is supposed to replace humans, because it's not. It's complete nonsense. But we as human beings could actually start getting back more time in our day by working with AI, right? And I do see Gen AI as one of those once-in-a-generation innovations. Now, I've seen a lot of innovations come through that I thought were maybe a little bit ridiculous in the tech world. I just had my 21st birthday, but I've been in tech for 13 years. And I've seen a lot of different waves within tech. And I'll admit that I was quite skeptical when I started seeing everyone talking about agents and ChatGPT, because I remember the Web3, the crypto, the NFT thing, and I was like, I don't know. But now, on the other end, I'm starting to feel like, okay, I do think that generative AI is a thing that's going to be here, that's going to stay, that is actually useful. Because sometimes, remember, like at Christmas, you used to get those toys from your mom that were like a novelty that weren't actually useful. My mom used to give us a toothbrush sanitizer with like a green light. Where it's like, oh, this is useful, but no, thanks, Mom. Probably just go ahead and throw it in the pile with the other gifts that I didn't really like. No, just kidding. Sorry, Mom, if you ever see this recording. And at Atlassian, we're growing our AI capabilities. So with OpenAI, Meta, Google Vertex, Anthropic. And we are also even growing our own AI capabilities through a product called Rovo, which actually allows you to connect and do search, learnings, chats, as well as work with agents as well, like other AI tools and products. And we actually are integrating with other products as well, Databricks, Figma, GitHub. Does anyone work for any of these companies that you see up here? Okay, awesome. Awesome, so we have some people in the room. So we're actually growing our AI capabilities as well to integrate with some more products. But here's the thing. Whether you're a developer that's using a pair programmer via an IDE, using like GitHub Copilot or Duo or ChatGPT or something else, or whether you're just like me trying to write an email message back to someone that might have sent you an email, or trying to come up with some type of strategy document, there's one thing that all of these AI tools have in common, which is you have to write a prompt in order to use that AI tool. And how good or how effective that prompt is actually going to impact how productive that tool that you're working with actually is. So I did all of that to say, this is the reason why I decided to submit this talk, which is to talk about how you can actually create those more effective prompts so that you can actually start getting the value out of your AI tools, whether you're using a ChatGPT just to write a message, or whether you're using one of those pair programmers, like one of the AI coding tools that are out there. So what is a prompt? Let's start with that first. Now, a prompt is a natural language request that's going to direct generative AI to complete a specific task. So who here uses generative AI almost every single day, like ChatGPT or something? Yeah, the majority of the room. So that means that most of you are already writing prompts today, right? Now, there's this new field that's kind of emerging and evolving that I started to become interested in about a year ago, which is actually prompt engineering. So how you can start crafting your prompts and how you can start building out those prompts to improve the actual messaging that you're getting back from your AI models in order to refine the answer that's coming from those different models that we're working with. So well-designed prompts, they're going to give AI some clear context, those clear instructions to help it understand your intent, and also that's going to help to produce those relevant responses. Like, similarly, like let's say if I were to ask, what is the weather in Dallas, and what if the AI tool has never been actually trained on what Dallas is, right? So then I might want to start off with, well, what is the weather in Dallas? And just FYI, Dallas is a city in Texas in the United States. So you really want to kind of like give that context and make as much context as you can give in order to make sure that you're giving the prompt the types of context that it needs in order to give you the results and the answers that you're expecting. So what are some of the benefits of prompt engineering? So one of them is improved model performance. One of the things I notice a lot when we especially would put an AI tool in front of end business users, they would get very frustrated because they wouldn't necessarily get the answers that they were expecting, so they would just say this AI tool is completely trash. And we would say, no, the tool it actually works, but the thing is you actually have to use certain tools and skills in order to get the actual answers that the AI tool it will be able to expect and be able to give correct responses. So it's good to improve those model performance so that can actually produce those more accurate, relevant, and informative results. Also reducing bias and harmful responses. I admit, I personally have never got a mean answer from an AI tool that I have worked with. We ran an AI workshop a few days ago, and someone in the workshop was actually trying to get our product Rovo that I mentioned earlier to give it a mean response. I don't know why someone would actually do that, but they did. But it does help to reduce the bias and the harmful responses. It increases your control and your predictability for the answers that you're going to get, and it also enhances the overall user experience. So if you're working with the AI tool and you're feeling like the tool is not just giving you the answers that you need, well, it could be that it's that your prompts that you're writing and that they need to be improved or be better. So this is growing, the actual types of prompts. It's starting to become a whole science out there, but I wanted to focus on 3 types of prompts for today's presentation. So the one is the direct prompt. So we have something called zero-shot prompting, which involves providing the model with a direct instruction or question without any context or examples. So you might just say, like, what is the capital of Texas, right? That's not really giving any additional examples of other states, other capitals, or anything like that. You're just asking a straight-out question. The other one is called few and multi-shot prompts, which involves actually providing the model with one or more examples of your desired input and output pairs before presenting the actual prompt. So this can help the model to better understand the task and be able to generate some more accurate responses. And I have some examples of those a little bit later in the presentation. And then we also have chain of thought prompts, which actually encourages the model to break down some complex reasoning into a series of intermediate steps. So you're going to want to take a large task, and you're going to want to, instead of just asking the model to perform that large task, you might want to think about, well, what are the steps that get me from beginning to end, and what are the milestones that I can feed the prompt in succession in order to get me to that final end result that I'm actually trying to achieve. So here's some high-level tips and tricks. The first is just to start simple. Many of the tools out here today have some free and open playgrounds where you can adjust things like the temperature on a large language model. You can fine-tune to be able to break it down into different tones and clarities, if you will. But you can also break things down into those subtests as well to gradually build upon the results that you expect. And then also the instruction. You're going to want to make sure that you're using clear commands into that large language model so it knows exactly what to do. So if you want the prompt to write an email message for you, then you need to actually use the words write me an email message, or I expect a response in the form of an email message, or I want you to translate this from Spanish to English. So make sure that you're using some of those. Also, you're really going to want to make sure that you put the instruction at the beginning of the prompt, and then separating the instruction using these hashtags as well. So I remember the first time I was coding with one of my coworkers about a year ago, and I saw him actually put the hashtags in there, and I was like, what is that? I was like, are you trying to write a comment? And he's like, no, this is a way to separate the instruction and the context. So if you put it all together, like let's say you want to write a response for an email message that your coworker sent you, and you want to specify like, hey, can you reply to this email message, make it a professional tone, et cetera, et cetera. If you just paste your instructions and paste the email message right next to each other, the large language model might not know where the prompting stops and the actual email message text begins. So by putting in those hashtags, that actually allows you to tell the large language model, hey, this is the instruction part of the prompt, and then this is the actual text in the prompt in order to provide that separation. And here's some strategies for writing some better prompts. So the one thing you're really going to want to do is make sure that you're setting clear goals and objectives. So use action verbs to specify the desired action. So write a bulleted list that summarizes the key findings of an attached research paper or an attached document, et cetera, et cetera. Define the desired length and output format for what you're expecting. How many people have ever asked a large language model to respond to something and it gave you like a novel? Yes, so you want to make sure that you tell a large language model clearly, like the response should be either 250 words or less, 100 words or less, or even 500 words or less. You also want to try to specify the target audience. This was something that we used to do a lot as a Salesforce developer. So as a Salesforce developer, when we would write Apex code using ChatGPT, well, ChatGPT at the time didn't really know Apex code because it was so similar to Java. So what we would say is, as a Salesforce developer, help me find these accounts, and then help me write a trigger to be able to update these accounts within Salesforce. So that helped the large language model to understand, okay, well, since you're a Salesforce developer, that means that you're most likely writing with Apex, and there are some nuances that are clear and different between Apex and Java, so let me give them code that actually works for a Salesforce type of application. So specifying the target audience actually helps in those types of regards as well. And then you want to, make sure I didn't skip one, provide context and background information. So make sure you're including relevant facts and data. So here's just a random example. Given that global temperatures have risen by 1 degree Celsius since the pre-industrial era, discuss the potential consequences for sea level rise, or global warming, if you will. And then you want to make sure that you're referencing specific sources or documents. So based on the attached financial report, this is something I used to do a lot when I was back in my MBA, analyze the company's profitability over the past 5 years. And you also want to define some key terms and concepts. So explain the concept of quantum computing in simple terms suitable for a non-technical audience, which might be something that you want to do if you're doing a presentation at some place like a technical conference. And then you can also use few-shot prompting as well. So the few-shot prompting is going to be, again, those input and output pairs. So if you were to tell a large language model, my input is cat, and what I would expect is a small furry mammal with whiskers, like my own cat, Shuri. And then the input is dog, and then the output is a domesticated canine known for its loyalty. My dog's not loyal at all. If you try to break in my house, you'd probably say you could have it all, just feed me. And then there's a prompt for elephants, and then you could just play around and see what the large language model might come back with for an elephant. Or you can demonstrate the desired style or tone. So a lot of the times when I'm writing in ChatGPT, I sometimes get a tone back that sounds very much like ChatGPT as opposed to my tone. So sometimes what I like to do is I like to try to feed a large language model maybe something that I've written myself and say, can you try to put it in this type of tone? This is my tone, please don't change the tone. Or there was one time that I was asking ChatGPT to check a response for me, and when it came back, it just sounded so formal that it didn't sound like me at all. And I was like, no one's gonna believe I wrote this. So you wanna really make sure that you're checking the desired style or tone and trying to feed the large language models those types of examples that you expect. And then also the desired level of detail. So you want to make sure that if you're expecting something that's brief, that you ask it to send me something that's brief, or if you're expecting something that's a little bit more detailed, that you're asking the large language model to return something that's a little bit more detailed. So be specific also. You want to use precise language, avoid ambiguity. So instead of write something about climate change, write a persuasive essay arguing for the implementation of stricter carbon emission regulations to make it very, very clear and to avoid that ambiguity. And then you also want to quantify your responses whenever possible. So instead of write a long poem, write a sonnet with 14 lines that explore themes of love and loss. Now, you might feel a certain type of way about that because I've seen a lot of things in the news where, I don't know, there was like some, how do you call it, affectionate large language modeling or something like that? I don't know. But if you are wanting to write something in that tone, make sure that you tell him what you want. And then, of course, just going back to breaking down those complex tasks in those smaller steps. And if you think about our everyday work, like for me, breaking things down into smaller steps is always helpful. For example, if there's any type of task that I have to do at work, I try to think about what is the end goal and then what are the smaller steps to get me to that goal. And you want to do the same thing. It kind of feels like sometimes when you're talking to a large language model that you're talking to a toddler at times. But sometimes that's what the large language model needs in order to be able to give you exactly those responses. So a big thing is experimentation. As a developer, you should always be experimenting. You should always be iterating to figure out what works, what doesn't work, using those playgrounds. Try to rephrase your prompts, use some synonyms, some alternative sentence structures, adjust the level of detail and specificity, add or remove information to fine-tune those outputs that you're expecting, and you also want to test different prompt lengths as well. So always continue experimenting with different large language models. For me, I did use GitHub Copilot a few times when coding, especially my new job at Atlassian. We have this platform called Forge where we get to create different products and things to extend the Atlassian platform. And for me, when I use ChatGPT with GitHub Copilot, I wasn't exactly getting the correct things that I would expect when I was getting stuck in terms of trying to debug and work through errors. But then when I switched over to Claude Sonnet, it was starting to give me some more of the on-par answers and correct answers than what ChatGPT was giving me. So I think some of that experimentation of just switching between different large language models, using Vertex, using Claude, and using and ChatGPT to try to figure out which one works best for that task that you're trying to do, and then starting to test different prompts with each one of those different large language models. And leveraging chain of thought. Has anyone ever heard of chain of thought prompting? Oh, okay, awesome. So chain of thought prompting involves using some step-by-step reasoning. So I do absolutely not recommend doing math in large language models, but we do have an example here, but I do not recommend doing math. You start to get some weird things when you start to try to do math in large language models. But in terms of step-by-step reasoning, if you were trying to teach a prompt to work through a math problem, something like solve this problem step by step. John has 5 apples, he eats 2. How many apples does he have left? And then you broke that into step 1, John starts with 5 apples. Step 2, he eats 2 apples. So we need to subtract 2 from 5, like actually telling the large language model we need to subtract 2 from 5, and then the answer is John has 3 apples left. So it's kind of taking the large language model through that reasoning of how you arrive to an answer that would be subtraction for John. Now, obviously, this is very simplistic. Most large language models can do basic subtraction, but there are some times that you may come across like some maybe more complex calculations where you might actually have to work the large language model through that reasoning. Another thing is to ask the model to explain its reasoning process. That's one of the things I love to do, is when there's something that I'm stuck on and the large language model solves it for me, whether I'm using an IDE with a pair programmer, what I will do is I will say, okay, you've solved that problem for me, but now tell me what exactly was wrong, like what was I missing? So make sure that you're asking the large language model to explain its thought process, just so that you can see how it works through things, different types of logics, different types of reasoning, but also so that you can check its thinking as well, and that you just don't walk away with the answer that it gives you. And then you can also guide the model through your own logical sequence of thought. So I know a lot of people have been, a little bit skeptical at times of some of the answers that large language models and things give, but I think that if you first prompt that large language model through a similar problem, and then you ask it to solve another problem, it also helps it to be a little bit more accurate as well. So some best practices, just to reiterate those best practices. So use unambiguous prompts. Clearly state what you want in your prompt to prevent AI misinterpretation. For example, specify that you need a summary, not an analysis when you need one, so that AI delivers a response that matches your goal. Make sure that you're putting adequate context within the prompt. Include enough context and specify the output requirements in your prompt, such as that tone, that clarity, the length, all the things we talked about earlier. Make sure that you're balancing between targeted information and your desired output. So make sure that you're giving the amount of context that the prompt needs, and don't give it overly complex situations that it would need to work through. And if you are going to give it an overly complex situation that the AI model would need to work through, make sure that you're either using chain of thought prompting to give it some type of reasoning that it can go off of, or some type of logic it can go off of, or make sure that you're breaking the prompts down into smaller tasks and steps. And then finally, make sure that you're experimenting and refining the prompt. Try different large language models, try the playgrounds, and yep, I'm right on there. Thank you. And make sure that you're trying those different playgrounds and things that are out there as well. And see, I was right on there. Thank you. Any
Okay. Okay. No, come here. Come in the front. Yeah. Come to the front, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. Your room was so far from here. Your room was so far from here. I know.
Miles away.
You want to make sure you had a good walk to get the nerves out before, so thank you for looking out for us.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back there so I can pull him if he falls asleep. This is
Purple. No, I am not recording anything this time. Yeah, I know. I need to do it. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm really glad that you are here hearing me today. And for people that are not my husband or my friends, my name is Angela Cortez. I am full-time student right now for artificial intelligence, for ethical AI and strategic decision science. I have 10 years of experience in quality assurance, automation testing, manual testing, all that kind of things. And I have experience working in the banking, healthcare, and mining industries. And right now, my mindset is making things happen. That's why I'm here. I want to mention all the communities where I belong. And this is really important for me because we have been hearing all day, find a place where you belong. And that is my main point from today, from this talk, okay? So I'm going to start with Commit Your Code for sure. I was here last year. I was here as a volunteer. And right now I'm a speaker. I'm so glad for that. Because thank you. Because you guys make me feel that I belong here and I need to tell my story. And the second one is Torque. I am ambassador for Torque, a global community so great that is finding amazing people and matching with amazing companies. So they are really active. They are really young, modern, out there. It's talking a lot. So yeah, find Torque online. And also, I belong to the DFW Alliance of Technology and Women. And what they do is to find girls in the high schools and teaching STEM things. I think that's awesome. They are really fabulous. And the most recent, I am a co-founder with 3 amazing women of AI women leaders here in Dallas. So we are building a global community for women to embrace AI. So, as Danny Thompson has mentioned a couple of times in some of these meetups, networking is not about the number of connections. It's about the people who advocate for you when you are not in the room. And when I hear that, I found this is really powerful because that is going to make you sense when I finish this talk. So my presentation for today is going to be split in 2 things, the maturity assessments of QA and QA and AI trends, of course. We are in the AI area, it's here, it's not going everywhere, so we need to start talking about this and find the ways to belong in the AI community. So quality assurance is not black or white. That's the name of my speech. Quality assurance is not something that you should check and say, yes, I have it. No, it's a spectrum, okay? And what is a spectrum? Because it's a spectrum of process, people, and culture. So before AI, we used to measure different things, that the qualities of the metrics of reliability, performance, usability, security. And with that, we need to find the process excellence to move from chaos to a structured workflow. Also, to add tools and provide value to our clients. And the collaboration culture, we have chief left testing, right write shift testing. So we have a lot of things that involve people, that involve domain, that involve the knowledge of the business. So, AI. So right now, the fourth thing that we need to add is AI-proof quality, okay? And to be able to test AI and testing with AI. And I think, for me, that I have been learning about it are two different things. And I'm going to explain that later, okay? And the metrics, well, trust is out there. So this is some metrics from KMPG this year that we are in a non-returning point. Like half of the people is trusting in AI, half of the people is not trusting. And I think there is people that are trusting a lot, so many. So we need to start being the humans in the loop. And I believe that our profile as QAs, that are people that understand in the business, are people that understand in technical teams, we need to be out there and be the humans in the loop, okay? So these are the 5 stages of QA maturity. We start with the survival mode. Is where we don't have anything, we start doing some testing to check how is the system, to understand the processes, and we don't have a lot of structure there. The second one is the structured approach, when we have now test plans, when we have some tools, some things that we are defining, we start defining the types of testings, and then we have the adaptive testing. That is when we start to figuring out where are the risks, where we should be doing things, and I'm going to jump to the continuous evolution because continuous evolution should be there all the time. We need to continue evolving with the new practices, with new things, but right now I add a new state that is AI-ready operations. We should be ready, we should be there to getting ready to be an AI with quality. Okay, so that's one. If you go to the industry, there is 2 main maturity models out there that assess the levels of the quality that are, for example, this one is the testing maturity model, and it evaluates where is the level of your quality processes and your quality tools. So it's in the initial, manager, define, measure, and optimizing, where basically you're going to make an assessment about all the practices, tools, and all the components of your quality, and you're going to check where you are, okay? So there is another version of TIOB that what I like about this one is that measure everything, even the culture of the company. So you can set and how to do this. So before AI, what you did is to select your categories, you check about all the practices that you have been doing, and you check what the industry is doing. So you set a goal about what do you want to have, what do you want to achieve with quality. We want to do, for example, more automation, or we want to do more performance testing. So you add this kind of question of your assessment, and it's really simple. You do an Excel of yes or no questions, 1, 0. And if you check someone in 0, it means that you have a lack of that, no? So in this example, this is an example I made for a former banking company where I was assigned to be the lead of the quality assurance to measure the different projects. And we were a Scrum team that we were assigned 3 months for each of the projects, and we need to start measuring and set a roadmap, 3 months, do all the work, and leave them working alone. So, and in this example, you can check that there is, in the radar mapping there, you can check that the process and the tools, well, are really good there. However, the AI and the innovation and the people culture was not that good. And that's where you identify where you need to focus, okay? So, how to assess? I'm going to suggest you 3 practices that are out there. The first one is the 3 amigos sessions. The 3 amigos session means that you need to involve not only the quality assurance people, you need to involve also business people, stakeholders, all the people that is involved in quality assurance. The second one is the team self-reflection. In my experience, I have worked very good with agile teams where you live and you create a safe space for QAs to be able to provide you feedback. That's really valuable to receive all the information from them, what they are hearing in the company, what's happening out there with other projects. That, I think, is amazing. And the third one is the automation as a product. You need to evaluate automation testing not as something that is out there that helps you know. Automation testing is a product. You have a project, you have features, you need to make the requirements. So you need to evaluate automation as a product. And finally, you need to create a roadmap. And remember, roadmap is not a destination. Roadmap is a navigation system. You can pivot. You can find something that is close, so you know you go to another road. So the first thing is you need to start with the assessment to know where you are. That's the power of the assessment. Recognize that you have lack of knowledge, that you have lack of training, that you have lack of tools, all that kind of things, and then move to set a goal for sure. But the second strategy is to set a smart milestone. We all know SMART goals. We all know that we should select things that are measurable, that are evaluable, that are testable, and to set this. And for me, I have this experience with the 3 sprints iteration. That is, we select a tool, we select a process, and we apply it into our teams, and we evaluate it after 3 sprints. If you find that the tool make a progress, give some valuable for you, keep it. If you think like, we are not there yet, what we can do, allow it 2 more sprints. But if you find definitely it's not working, it's the worst, before we were better, delete it and move on, okay? We need to be agile when we create these kinds of things. And for sure, measure your impact. The tool of the maturity assessment, I saw in the company that we made the maturity assessment in the first month, and before this strategy, we didn't make any assessment after the practices were installed. So that's really powerful. Measure what happened after all these months that you start to moving into these strategies. So that's basically maturity assessment. Andrea today showed us a really good tool for not only assess QA, but also AI practices that there is different frameworks that are out there. I'm going to suggest you to see her presentation that is going to be really insightful on that. So I'm going to move to QA and AI trends, okay? This is the second part of my presentation. And as I mentioned, I'm going to split this in 2 things. Testing with AI and testing AI is really different, guys. So, testing with AI. Testing with AI, I'm going to mention 3 trends right now that are out there. That is LLM to make the test plan when you can upload to ChatGPT, Cloud, Perplexity, any tools that you find. You can upload the business requirements domains or the business requirement tests and all the documents that you have out there defining by just business, your business roles, and create all the test cases, test plan ideas. However, you need to verify, no? Trust, but verify. All the time. You need to verify if there's some lack of knowledge, if you need to add more information to the LLM, if you need to ask more things to the LLM. And the second trend is the visual testing. I recently went to Chicago last week, and I was able to see how now people is trying to do with automation testing, what we do is to drive into the browser all the step-by-steps, but right now, with convolutional models and all the neural networks that are out there and computer vision, we are going to be able to classify things, visual things, to be able to identify if some main chains are in the UI. So visual testing is something that is coming. And AI and predictive QA, and what it means is like AI models analyze the logs and the telemetry and define the behavior of the system. And I'm going to show you an example that is out there that is Vivian. Last week, as I mentioned, I was in Chicago, and this is Jason Huggins, the creator of Selenium. And he was talking about Vivian. Vivian is the tool he is building to, and what it does is to create, it's like a plugin for the systems that identify all the behavior that develop if you are, for example, vibe coding. When you do vibe coding, as developer, you make a lot of clicks to test if the system is working or not. So he is tracking all that information and to get to understand the behavior based on that steps that you are doing in the system. And with that, he showed some graphs there that are the nodes and some edge that are the information of the clicks and the inputs and that kind of things. So this is really cool because with all that information, we are going to be able to create models because now we are going to have all the data. And I think that is the next, for me and my experience and as a student of AI, and I think I can be a little biased because right now I want to do everything with AI. Or models or deep learning, but I think this is where we should be as QAs, trying to understand this, okay? The other example is Donubu. Donubu is a startup from San Francisco, and what they are doing is they build a library for, if I am not wrong, from Java or Python, I am not sure right now. But what they do is to add this library into IDE, and you're going to be able to create the test with prompting. Okay? Right now let's move on to test AI. Now that's the main concern of all the QA community. We have a lack of knowledge on that, and I think that lack of knowledge is a great opportunity. Because if no one is doing this, we should be doing this. So what I have researched and seen is we are using LLM as quality judge. What it means is now we are facing a move on to a new paradigm that is the non-deterministic testing. Before AI, what QA do is to say, okay, I do A plus B and I got C. But right now, we have non-deterministic data. It means we are not sure about the outcome of the test. Okay? So we are trying to make the LLMs to judge themselves and to compare the different outcomes. Other things that I have seen is the LangChain workflow validation. That the LangChain is a big library to build RAG. And they have a framework for testing, and you need to understand some indicators, some metrics that it shows you, and to be able to validate that. And RAG testing for sure. And the trust, as I mentioned right now, the trust, I think, is something that is going to be increasing in all the speech and all the talking that we have in QA. So, and I think QA also are involved in build and improve the trust for these products and services with AI. So this is Gartner. This is a framework built by them. There is not a lot of information out there, but what I can mention is they are building a framework to trust, risk, security, and management. And this is something that I am researching in my master's degree. Is an idea because when I start my master degree, I say to my director, I want to continue working with QA because I know there is a lot of things out there that we can do. So this is the trust table chain of products and services with AI. And this is my proposal. I believe that now to build trust, we need to work with different people in different profiles, not only QAs. For example, sociologists to understand what's happening in the behavior of the society with AI. For example, marketing people to understand not only outside, inside the companies, what's happening, how we are selling AI to our developers, how we are selling AI to our people to work with it. Also, lawyers, we need lawyers to build the governance of all of this. And collaborate, that's the main point now. So this is the hype cycle of artificial intelligence and emerging technology. You can see there is a lot of things that we can do. We are right now in the AI engineering. So there is a lot of emergency technologies here you can check. And the main point to show this is because I have talked with a lot of QAs that feel, the QA role is dying. I don't know what is going to happen to us. But guys, all these emerging technology, what they need? Software, for sure. So we should be there. We should be there taking more knowledge about what we need to do, understanding the basis. So where QAs can start, I can suggest you to first understanding the terms. We should be able to talk to understand what is chunking, what is embedding, what is RAG, what is machine learning, what is deep learning, all the new terms for sure, agentic AI, generative AI, quantum, that is the next wave that is coming. And I can suggest you free courses. For example, deep learning AI have great courses from Andrew Ng. And also Joe Colantonio, that is a big reference in the QA world. He has a lot of podcasts and things. For example, this one that is AI testing in 90 days. That is a strategic guide. It's really good if you want to understand more how to apply AI into testing. And for sure, as the last speaker talked about prompting, I know improving your prompting engineering skill is really, really necessary for QAs. Okay, and try to compare. I start working a lot with ChatGPT. Right now, I'm moving more to work with Claude for different things. What I do, I create prompts with ChatGPT. I ask ChatGPT create these prompts. And I move to Claude for some things. And for automation and agentic, I use Perplexity. So I am not using only one. We need to use and compare the different tools that are out there. So if someone noticed when I present myself, I have a blank space there. And that blank space is because when I start looking for where to belong, when I arrived to Dallas, I didn't find anything about QA. I found communities of developers, I found communities of DevOps, I found different communities, and I asked, where are all the QAs? More than Dimitri, I met last year, and Bob, that is here today also. So I say, how come? If we are also developers, we do code, and we belong to the developers community, we should be out there talking loud. That's why I create From the Network. So From the Network is a channel that is built with AI vision, QA background, and networking as a compass. That's right now is a channel where I produce information for QAs to understand terms, to be out there, and that's where my second mindset born, that is opening spaces for QAs in the AI era. That's what I have been doing. That is my promise for the next 2 years when I'm studying, to be out there, to talk with people, to understand what's happening in the AI industry. And I'm going to suggest you, everybody, to continue to reach out all the people that you met today, as how you're playing back to your hometown went, all that kind of questions. open spaces for QAs, please, if you are in the QA area. And that's it. That was my presentation. Thank you so much.
Where is the channel? Where is from the network?
Oh, on LinkedIn. Only on LinkedIn. Yeah. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll start in 10 seconds. More people probably will join.
That's okay. Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I know it's the end of the day, and a lot of sessions in last 2 days, like, more than 100 sessions, and I can guess. So my name is Anita Dakamari. I'm a lead security engineer at Donnelly Financial Solutions. I'm also a volunteer and mentor in international groups like IC Square, ISACA, Women in Cybersecurity, and I also teach high school through TEALS, a Microsoft program for, it's a nonprofit program. And I also a volunteer, active volunteer at Treasured Vessel Foundation that is located in Frisco. It's a sex trafficking saving survivors group. So I volunteer and I provide and little help there. And also, maybe you might have a question in your mind. Why a security person is speaking at a developer conference? Because I believe business developers are the first line of defense. Because business people come, they give you requirement. And project management people come and give you schedule. Security people like me come and give you a security requirement. Leadership come and give you the budget. But who are the one who actually implementing a product? Developers, right? They are the one who digest the requirements and build those products, including security, having security baked into the product. So before I move into that, how security baked into a product, I wanted to ask, how many of you like working with your security teams? I'm glad we have a couple hands because maybe they are from security. How many of you don't like working with security? You're not being. I like that honest answer. May I know why?
Caused an outage last week. So.
They caused the outage?
Outage, yeah.
Security people got the outage? Okay.
The requirement to have Sentinel-1 on our servers and felt the need to remove some software off the system by mistake.
They might have caused outage, but I believe they might have saved you from a big breach. You never know. The requirements are all set for that. Yeah.
So we had to file an exception to make sure that they no longer remove that software off the system.
Exceptions are for internal, sir. All my whole life, all 18 years of experience in technology, I've been closely working with developers and project managers. Exceptions are only for the internal, but the external world, those attackers doesn't really care about exceptions. They don't they want to just look for an open gate. When they say open gate, they want to sneak in. Either it is a cracked window or an open door. So I understand your frustration because I dealt with many every day, believe me, in my life. So how security is baked into development lifecycle? So it's an overall picture, it's a high-level picture, where in any software development lifecycle, you have different phases, right? You have requirement, design, coding, testing, and production, right? So at each phase of software development lifecycle, you have a lot of stuff to do, from the project management side, from the security side. So from the security side, if you take at the requirement phase, we're going to do architecture reviews, and we're going to do in the design phase, we're going to do threat modeling. And in the coding phase, we do source code reviews, which is also called SAST, Static Application Security Testing. And we also do software composition analysis, which is called open source software security. And also the testing, we do dynamic application security testing and pre-production penetration testing, make sure that product is safe to launch or push to the production. So that's how we bake security into the product. And when I say I always include developers and security team together. Before, we used to see it's a separate silos, but now they're the same team. They're not opponent teams, they're the same team. The opponent team is always attackers. So that's what I say. So we make sure that we bake security into the life cycle so that we deliver a less vulnerable product. So the one that I was talking about, open source software, comes in the coding phase. When we do source code reviews, we also scan open source software libraries, or you call it as like, software packages. So what is the current issues with that? So when we scan open source softwares from your code repos, the most of time, it doesn't sync with the manifest file. Most of you understand what is a manifest file, right? A manifest file is the one which has all the details. Like manifest file has something, a obsolete version of software, but in actual source code repo is not having that vulnerable version. So our tools are not intelligent. They're not humans. They just find out, hey, there is an obsolete software and there is a vulnerability. That is what I take it, right? But the problem is that those both doesn't sync. We still think like we fight with all the time with engineering team. Hey, you did not update your manifest file. That's why we flag this vulnerability. Now we have to mark it as a false positive. That negotiation always happens. And alternate packages. So if you go on GitHub page, you might have gone in your life, right? Like GitHub page, and when you download those software packages or libraries, like an NPM packages or Telerik or Log4j, whatever it is. So most of those times, those libraries are not updated. Authors build them, and after that, most of the time, they move to a next one building. They're not often updated like a proprietary software, right? Like if you have a Microsoft software or something else, a proprietary, it updates the software and send you. You have your mobile phone. Your mobile phone get updated every time. Like, you get notification. You have to, update your iOS, right? So likewise, open source libraries are not often updated. So getting an alternate package is not an easy job. Since we use the obsolete softwares in our applications, in our product, so you definitely, pile up technical debt. That is one of the issue. More important, legal risk and poor supply chain management, because you don't know what components that you're using in your product, because we have like a big development group, and each developer has like, his own way of getting the packages and using those packages in the development life cycle. And it's not easy to have that, check for that supply chain risk. Legal risk, of course. Companies using open source software in their application must comply with the licenses particular to that region. This is one of the examples that I wanted to give. Like in-flight is one of the famous packages that you all might have used in your life, right? That is a old, obsolete, it is like maybe 9 years ago, 10 years ago, someone developed, and the author was very responsible. I wanted to really give credit to him because he was upfront saying this module is not supported, it leaks, it has issues with the memory leakage and something like that. But not all the others are that responsible. They're not accountable. They just develop and keep it there, and developers, I don't blame them because they're always behind the timelines. Project management people come and always ask, you have to build this feature in next sprint. They don't check anything. They just go and get from the GitHub or get from the internet and use this package, and who knows that package is what. You want me to give a good example? NPM. Any one of you heard this NPM supply chain attack last couple weeks? Right? This is the biggest supply chain attack. I was literally not sleeping that day night, okay? Because NPM is most used package, and one of the attacker, he actually, was able to compromise the author email and, launched a malware. And that malware is a self-replicating malware. Means it just comes to your network and it can just replicate itself. It is not going, it is immortal now. It never dies. So unless you have a very tight security perimeter. So in that situations, how open source software scanning, and the most important that I'm going to talk about today is SBOM, Software Bill of Materials, is going to help. For example, once the security advisor is released on a compromised NPM package, so what we do, security team always just go to developers and ask, how many packages you have in your product? Product teams
I think we have 5. Are you going to update in next week? Because we have a malware, now widely going outside. It is being exploited. They were like, no, we're not going to do it. We go for exception. That's what I was saying. They go for exception, but the attacker doesn't care about exceptions. So if you have SBOM, software bill of materials, that will help you immediately search for the exact package within your application, entire directory, including the dependencies. You have transitive dependencies and you have direct dependencies, right? I don't need to explain what is that because most of us know it. So SCA tools can use SBOMs to proactively block risky malware, malicious packages. So without SBOM, security and development teams, we are forced most of time. Not only security team, right? Security team just doing their job. When it comes, there is some big, Log4j situation. When Log4j happened, 3 years ago, right before Thanksgiving holiday night, everyone was just, I literally remember, everyone put their out of office note, and then it just came. Then we got so many calls, Log4j is there. And then we are rolling on the floors to find out the details of, how many Log4j is installed in our environment. We have to roll back them, and we have to actually make sure nothing is exposed to the internet. So in those situations, having SBOM will help, especially in fast-moving supply chain attacks like NPM. Malicious packages can spread like a worm. So SBOM is going to be a cure, I would say. So I've been talking about SBOM. What is SBOM? Maybe you haven't heard. Anyone heard what is SBOM? Thank you. That makes me feel better, So SBOM is like a formal record containing details of all ingredients of your product. You're creating a product. What are the components, including proprietary, open source, free or paid, all your details in a formal static list. Why we need that list? I'll give you a live example. One day, one of the customer has asked us, hey, what are the libraries and what are the softwares that has been used in this product before renewal, before signing the contract with the business? So we went and asked. It was back in, I think, 2010. So we went and asked product team. They gave a list. We wanted to double verify that, cross-check that list. We went to procurement team. They said different list. We went to project management team. What are the list of softwares that is used? It could be a simple list, Java, database, whatever it is. Procurement team gave different list. SRE team gave different list. So each department has different list of ingredients for the same product. That is not true, right? So SBOM helps to have a single unified static list of ingredients of that product. So if something happens, if that department is not available, or if that particular developer who is the primary owner of that product is not available, at least we know what exists in that product. So SBOM helps in that way. And also, it helps to identify vulnerabilities, in case of Log4j and NPM, those situations. And also, why identifying and avoiding these vulnerabilities is very important. It's a proactiveness, right? Reactive is once you got hit, you're putting a Band-Aid. Proactive is making sure that we don't fall in that area so that you don't get hurt. So proactiveness is very important, especially coming to the security. That's how we use SBOM going to help. Okay, so I hope I want to ask another question. How many of you heard DevSecOps? Thanks. It's you guys making me, I know that it's less people here, but you're making my day good. So DevSecOps is DevOps is where you're making sure a product is delivered fast, smooth, in a CI/CD pipeline, right? DevSecOps is making sure to have a fast, smooth, safe deployments so that product is released to the production with minimum security guaranteed. In that, how SBOM works. For example, when you push a build, what it happens, if you have SBOM is a framework, it is not a tool. Please make a note, it is not a tool, it is a framework. That framework has to be implemented through a tool. So when it is in the pipeline, when you push the build, SBOM is updated from the manifest file. Okay, this particular build has these many libraries, which includes everything. SBOM includes everything, like an open source, proprietary software, everything. Then it actually checks, it is connected with the National Vulnerability Database, which is called NVD, maintained by NIST. So it connects with that and check for any open vulnerabilities, known vulnerabilities, and it gives you a prompt. It has now with AI, there is an option, it can auto-update that vulnerable software. But we don't want to do that because we are a fear of losing the functionality, causing outages. We don't do that. But it prompts and saying like, there is a package with this CVE, a critical CVE or critical vulnerability. Do you want to upgrade or do you want to update or you do want to go for this alternate? It gives that level of details. At least you can plan for next sprint, right? This sprint you can get an exception, but next sprint you can go for changing that package or updating that package. And after once it is done, in meanwhile, SCA, open source software scanning tools, which security wants, SBOM is always with the engineering teams or SRE teams. SCA is with security teams. So together, once the build is pushed, SBOM at engineering team is updated, SCA tool at the other end is performing scanning, actual scanning, and looking out for those malicious packages or those vulnerable packages and giving you actual list of vulnerabilities. Those two together make sure that the product is pushed to the production with less vulnerabilities, or at least give you a picture of, okay, this is all the list of the things that we have. So we can accept the risk before it going to the production together. And so I have been talking about a lot about SBM and SCA, right? Software Bill of Materials and SCA. I wanted to give a little note about the differences. I don't want you guys to get confused. So SBOM is a static, complete inventory list. You have a product A. Product A has Java, .NET, or whatever it is, and what are the nested packages it has. It's going to have all the full complete inventory list. Whereas SCA has, it is like very more of dynamic nature. It performs identify and detect. It is for detection, detecting vulnerabilities in your existing software. So SBOM is not a tool, it is a framework. To implement that framework, we need tools like Cyclone DX or SPDX, whatever. And whereas SCA is tools. We have SCA. SCA is a technology name. We have SCA tools in the market like Checkmarx, Veracode, HP45, whatever you can take. And the scope is, as I mentioned, SBOM is very comprehensive. SBOM is comprehensive, and whereas SCA is very focused. And benefits of using SBOM and SCA. Benefits is like enhanced transparency. You have rapid responses in case of any incidents like NPM or Log4j. Very important, vendor reputation. SBOM provides vendor reputation. When you're downloading a package, either it is like NPM, in-flight, or any of the software package, there was a session about next.js. That is one of the open source packages too, right? So if you're downloading that, it gives you the reputation of the author, reputation of the vendor, saying like, okay, he's been in this, in field of developing this, and it has been updated ago, and it is expected to update in next cycle or something like that. It provides you the vendor reputation. And SCA, whereas it helps with detection and automation of automated remediation. So if you want to, it's a funny analog. If you wanted to differentiate both, SBOM is more like an ingredient label on a food. Like if you purchased some cookie packet, it is the ingredient list all the software list. Like, if you have a product A, that's a list of softwares that is used in that product. SCA is a food safety inspector, checking those ingredients are up to the FDA mark or not. So one is a list, the other one is an inspector for detection. So for me, having one of it will help you, but that's not the best solution. Having both, SC and SBOM are a powerful duo because they perform two different but complementary things. They complement each other, but having those two will help, especially developer teams, because security team doesn't bug you if you have these two together, right? We just bug you for only remediation. We don't bug you for how many softwares you are using, how many NPM packages you have. Literally, sometimes you have to go by each code repo and count how many packages you have. You have to go to your ADO or you have to go to your code repos and count it. So that kind of headache you can remove if you have two together. So the key takeaways for today is SCA is more dynamic, helps with your detection. SBOM is more static. It helps with prevention because you know what you have. You can't secure what you don't know, right? You only secure what you know. SCA and SBOM work together best, and quick incident response and increased transparency is the main goal for having both together. Very important. SBOM is going to get obsolete soon because we have AI bomb. AI is everywhere, so AI bomb is coming. AI bomb is the one which is going to be, include both, like, SBOM and AI bomb. Together, it is going to be AI bomb. That's the future. So that's it for today. Thank you so much. And also, that's the only social media that I'm existed, LinkedIn. Please connect with me if you can. And I'm ready to take any questions. I know we have 3 more minutes.
Do you recommend any specific tools for SCA?
That will be endorsing someone. I think we are not according to rules, but I would say I have used. I can say we have used in my entire career, we have used Checkmarks, we have used Fortify, we have used Veracode. All those are very good tools out there in the market. If you look into the Gartner index, you can find more. But those are all actually very fast moving along with AI. I have seen Checkmarks and Veracode and Fortify and other tools even coming up and talking about incorporating AI automated remediation. Now developers don't even need to sit and do some coding to remediate. It just give you prompt of this, you want to fix it, just copy paste it. That is going to happen. So I would recommend is according to your business fit, budget fit, right? A tool that will fit your business goals and budget goals. Any more questions? All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
All right, I think my mic is hopefully unmuted now. Can y'all hear me okay? Yeah. Everybody in the back, good? Yes? All right. If sound goes out at any point, let me know. All right, welcome everybody. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the most exciting topic in the world, which is data validation and sanitization. I know you were all just chomping at the bit to hear about this, but hopefully I'm going to frame it in a way that maybe makes it a little bit more interesting and exciting, but we'll see. So first, just a little bit about me. I am a data engineer at Purdue University in Indiana. I added the Indiana part of that just because nobody seems to know where Purdue is actually located. I've had people tell me Washington. I've heard Washington, New York, and Pennsylvania so far. So come up to me after the conference if you thought it was in yet another state, because I'm keeping a tally. So yes, but it is in Indiana. I am a huge data and analytics nerd, I have a shirt, so yes, data nerd. And I'm also a sci-fi nerd, so talk to me about sci-fi as well, Star Trek, Doctor Who, whatever. I was also a member of 100 Devs Cohort 2. Yeah, woo! Do we have 100 Devs folks in the house? Let's go! Sorry if I blew out the mic there. I'm a Twitch streamer, I gotta yell, right? But yeah, so I was a member of 100 Devs Cohort 2. It was a really wonderful experience, so wonderful to see so many 100 Devs folks here in the audience and online. I see you out there on Discord. Thank you all for being here. I also stream online, create content online, I guess, as Mayan Wolf. I'm pretty much Mayan Wolf on all socials, so if you want to find me on social media, any social media, look for Mayan Wolf, that'll be me. And some people have asked me, where did the username Mayan Wolf come from? Well, sometimes you're 13 and you come up with a username that you think sounds super cool, and then it follows you for the rest of your life, and that's just how life is sometimes. All right, in addition to all that, I'm also a Pilates instructor, and I have a dog. Now, that's not my dog in the photo, that's an elephant, just so we're clear. All right, but let's get into the actual content here. So what are we talking about today? There's a property called the infinite monkey theorem. Have you ever heard of that? Yeah, several of you have. So essentially what it says is, and this is the photo from the Wikipedia page, which I really love. A monkey hitting keys independently and at random on a typewriter keyboard for an infinite amount of time will almost surely type any given text, including the complete works of William Shakespeare. Now, equivalently, enough users interacting with an application over time will almost surely enter something into an input form in a way that was not intended by the developer. Now, I am not calling our users monkeys here. I am just illustrating the probability, right? This is a probability. If you let anything go on for an infinite amount of time, you are going to end up with something you did not intend, right? If you let people interact with your app over the long term, you're going to end up with something you didn't intend. So how many of you have ever designed a user interface? Yes, almost all of you. How many of you had that UI end up being used in a way that you did not intend in your design? Okay, almost all of you, yes. Right? It happens, right? And there's really no way to prevent that from happening. Stuff is going to happen. People are going to either not pay attention to how a form is supposed to be used, or you're going to have malicious actors coming in. You're going to have bots. You're going to have people trying to steal the information that is contained in your application. We can't prevent that 100% of the time. But what we can do is attempt to protect our applications against unintended or malicious data entry using data validation and sanitization methods. And I'm going to define those. We're going to talk about more about what those are as we go on. But first off, I want to kind of frame this with something, a visual aid. So I'm going to use Bobby Tables. Have y'all heard of Bobby Tables? Who's a fan of Bobby Tables? Yes. All right, so very famous webcomic, XKCD. If you haven't heard of XKCD, go check it out. There's an XKCD for literally everything you could ever think of related to tech and beyond. But this XKCD was number 327. It was published in October 2007, so almost 20 years ago. Criminy, I feel old. But yeah, this was published in 2007, but it is still just as relevant today. So I'll go ahead and just describe it verbally. A woman is on the phone. Someone is telling her, "Hi, this is your son's school. We're having some computer trouble." She says, "Oh dear, did he break something?" The school person says, "In a way." They say, "Did you really name your son Robert, single quote, parenthesis, semicolon, drop table, students, semicolon, dash dash?" And she says, "Oh yes, little Bobby Tables, we call him." And the school person says, "Well, we've lost this year's student records. I hope you're happy." And she says, "And I hope you've learned to sanitize your database inputs." Yes. So classic, and it's just as true today as it was back 20 years ago. Now, you might kind of understand this on like a conceptual level. Like, yeah, she did something, you know, super clever and it broke their application. But do you really understand the whole strata of what happened here, right? There were multiple points of failure that got to the point where they lost all of their year's student records. There were multiple points where this could have been prevented on the front end, in the middle, in the database, everywhere, and they apparently had none of those points of protection. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to kind of analyze this a little bit, understand what happened, and understand all of the points where this could have been prevented. So first off, what actually happened here? So at some point, the mother was given access to an input of some kind, probably an online registration tool, you know, register your kid for school online, or, you know, sign up for our school newsletter, or something like that. What's your kid's name? So there's a form asking for a name. And given that it's a name field, it was probably free text entry, right? You just put whatever you want in there, it's gonna be fine. We don't know how long people's names are, so we're not gonna put any limits on character length, all that good stuff, yeah? So she entered that phrase, Robert dropped table students, into a form with insufficient validation. So there were no checks on that entry to say, hey, is anybody going to try to do something fishy here? Is anybody going to try to put something in here that maybe isn't a name? And so after that data was allowed in with absolutely no checks, the data was taken in by the application, and it was processed. The application was like, yeah, I'm sure this is fine. No, nothing wrong here. And it was not sanitized at any point. So at no point was this entry checked to say, hey, are there any maybe bad characters in here? Are there any characters in here that could maybe cause a problem downstream? Maybe a database might not like some of these characters, or might think that they're, you know, something that it might have to do something with. Nope, none of that. Just was set right through. And then it was stored in a database, right? And there were no checks at the database level either. The database was like, yeah, sure, fine. I'll just, you know, I'm just a receptacle. I'll just, you know, take this, whatever. And then after that, the data was stored in that database, and it was in there like a ticking time bomb. It didn't really cause any harm while it was just in a database table. It's just fine. It's just sitting there. But then at some point, some poor school administrator sitting in the office just wanted to pull a list of all the students that they were going to send a newsletter to, or, you know, get them to print out the forms to sign up for the field trip, do a mail merge, whatever. So they signed into their application, and they said, hey, get me the list of all of the names in you know, Mrs. Hammond's class or whatever. And when they did that, the application executed a SQL query against the database. And it was meant to be a read-only query, like the one I have there in step 3, which is select star, which if you're not familiar with SQL, that just means give me everything. Select star, give me everything from the table called students, where the name field is in a set list. Or it could even, you know, it could have been, you know, had different filters or constraints, or, you know, where student in Mrs. Hammond's class or something like that. But this is just for illustration purposes here. So where name in Amy Pond, Bones McCoy, it was expecting something like Bobby Tables as just a plain old string name, Arthur Dent. But what it gets instead is 2 statements and a comment. So how that breaks down, it's still select star from students, but then it becomes where name in Amy Pond, Leonard McCoy, and then the malicious phrase that mom inserted, which causes the name list to end. So we close that string on Robert, we end it with a parenthesis and a semicolon, and then we start executing another statement. And that statement is drop table students. So if you're familiar with SQL, what drop table students does is it basically blows away the entire students table. And that includes all the data in that table, as well as the table structure itself. So that table is gone. That table is gone. And unless the school has, you know, good backups that they're taking daily or more often, you're not getting it back. And my guess, given the fact that they didn't have any validation or sanitization in their app whatsoever, probably not. That table is probably gone. So they're going to have to go back to the written ledger for the time being until they can rebuild it. So we drop the table, and then after that, nothing else matters. That's all mom wanted to do. And so anything after that is commented out with a dash dash. So the rest of the statement doesn't matter. It's not going to get executed. So we have dropped that table, and it's gone via malicious SQL injection. That's what we call SQL injection, when you are literally inserting a SQL statement into an application via a method basically via an outside method, via a user input. You are inserting that SQL statement in, it gets executed, and it does bad things. It might not always be dropping a table. Sometimes it might be fetch me everyone's passwords, right? And if you can do that, you're probably storing passwords in plain text, and then you end up with whoever it is ends up with a text file of everyone's passwords, right? So that's what happened here. That's just one of the ways that people can misuse a form. Now, usually it's not this malicious, right? But have you ever seen a form, for example, where you're meant to enter a date, and you're entering that date, and as you do, your cat walks across your keyboard, and all of a sudden you're entering data in the year 3000. And that's actually what happens to me a lot at work. I'm a data engineer, I work with data, and a lot of the data that we work with is not good because we often don't have control over our input sources. As a data engineer, I'm often getting inputs from external sources over which I have no control. I don't own them. I can't maintain my own front end. We have to rely on inputs created by other people. And oftentimes there are no controls over the length or the sanity of those inputs. So we're looking at financial records from the year 3000. And I don't know about you, but I'm not living in the future just yet. So what is validation and sanitization, and how can it help us in those sort of benign situations where someone makes a genuine mistake, and the malicious situations where someone is trying to harm us or dox our users or do something bad or unorthodox or unauthorized to our application? So prepare your retinas for this next slide because it's very yellow. Enjoy. All right. Validation and sanitization. The yellow is going to make you remember it. So what is validation? Validation is kind of like the gatekeeper of your application. It's going to ensure that only properly formatted data enters an application's workflow. So ideally, you want to implement validation as your gatekeeper. You want to implement it before the data is even processed. So at the entry, you don't even want to let that bad data get into your app, because the minute that bad data gets into your app, it can start doing stuff. Malicious JavaScript gets into your application, it can start executing immediately. It doesn't have to make it to the database. It can get into your client-side JavaScript, bam, you're done. So validation is going to ideally be implemented before the data is processed. There's a couple different types of validation that we can use here too, and they're going to work together. So when you're implementing validation, think about these two things. First, we have syntactic validation. It ensures that we are enforcing the correct syntax of our structured fields. And that's kind of, word jargon there. So let's simplify it down a little bit. Let's think about an age field. You want someone's, filling something out. I like to think about maybe you're like, signing your dog up for a doggy birthday party, and everybody needs to know the ages of everybody's dogs. So you're putting in the age of a dog. So if I want to set up an age field, I'm going to want to make sure that that field is limited to only numbers. Ideally, only whole numbers. Because if you think about it, people could abuse that field in a lot of different ways. They could say, they could type the word, if their dog's 4 years old, they could type the word 4 in letters, right? They could put their dog's birth date. They could say, I do not wish to say, if they want to hide how old their dog is, right? So they could do a whole bunch of different things to that form that you didn't intend. So you want to ensure that it's only whole numbers, right? And then the second part of that is that you want to ensure that whatever whole numbers are entered into that field have the correct values given the business context. So if I'm creating a form for a doggy birthday party, I probably only want a certain range of numbers in that age field, right? Unfortunately, dogs don't live forever. We wish they did, but they don't. So we probably want to set a set limit on that age field. Otherwise, you're typing in your dog's age, and your cat walks across the keyboard, and suddenly your dog is 3,000 years old. My dog is not Anubis. He's not from ancient Egypt, so probably not that old. So we want to make sure that it makes sense in the given business context. So you're thinking about two things here. Syntactic, which is going to kind of be a hard sort of type limit on your form. You're setting some really hard limits just around type. But with semantic, you're also saying, okay, how is this field going to be used? And you better know that if you're setting up a form. You shouldn't just be collecting data for the heck of it. You better know how that data is going to be used. So within that, you can set additional limits on the semantic validation for that particular field. And then next up, so how do we then say, okay, I want to set those limits, but how do I do that? And so when you're thinking about this conceptually, you want to think about what values do I want to allow into this field, rather than what values do I want to deny. So going back to our example of the name field. You might say, okay, well, let's scroll back to that really quickly here. So Robert, single quote, parentheses, semicolon, drop table students. Okay, what if I got rid of dashes? What if I just said, I'm not going to allow any dashes in my name field? It's punctuation. I don't need that. I'm just going to deny dashes. Okay, that's potential. I could do that. I could write some regex that does that. I could also say, I don't want single quotes, because that would prevent that string from being closed, and then it would, stop this from being able to execute the way that's, the way mom is trying to do here. I'm just going to not allow single quotes. Yeah, I could do all those things. But then, what if someone's name is Sarah O'Brien-Nunez, right? I need to think about, if I do that, and I don't allow single quotes, and I don't allow dashes, suddenly this person, whose last name is O'Brien, they decided to hyphenate their name when they got married, suddenly their name doesn't make sense anymore if I'm disallowing those characters, because they can't type it in. They would have to really modify their own name if they tried to type it into that field, because it wouldn't allow those values to be entered. Same with special characters, right? Letters with accents, letters with tildes and accents and all these sorts of things. If I'm trying to make a whole long list of things I want to deny, that can quickly become both confusing for the users and for the developers, hard to maintain, and it could end up with unintended consequences, people not being able to use your app in the way you intend. So what's the better thing to do is to list only the values you want. And you can do this in several ways. An example of allowed listing is basically like a drop-down, right? If you are inputting a date, sometimes you'll find that you get a drop-down with the months of the year. That's an allow list. You're saying, hey, I allow these 12 values, the 12 months of the year. Those are the only ones you're allowed to put in this field. Or any kind of a picker, really. Drop-downs are a great example of that. You can do this with regex as well. You can say, like, hey, I only want to allow the 26 letters of the alphabet and then this additional library of letters with special characters, tildes, accents, that kind of thing. Or very specific punctuation marks. It is more difficult when you get into things like free text. And so that's kind of where sanitization is going to come in more into play. So if you have like a pure free text field where you technically want them to have a lot of freedom to answer as much as they want, it can be as long as it wants, that's when things can get dangerous. But you can control for that more with our other weapon in this battle here, which is sanitization. So with sanitization, you are altering data to ensure it conforms to the requirements of the application. So the data is first validated. We're saying, all right, here's what the users are allowed to pass into our application. And then sanitization is what happens after. So we have the data now. We have the data now. How do we make sure it's safe? It's not going to hurt us in our application. So what we can do with that data then is normalize it, essentially making it conform. We want to make sure it conforms to the requirements of our application, whatever those are. We can do that in a few different ways. We can remove some characters. An example of this would be white space, right? So many times in my job anyway, I don't know about you all, so many times I find that I have these entries in my database and they just have random white space, just on one side, on the other. There's those weird invisible spaces that you get sometimes you have to figure out. So yeah, that's an example of normalizing when we're trimming our white space on either side. You might replace characters, right? You can replace characters. An example of that would be, now I don't want to start a flame war here, but maybe you're replacing spaces with tabs on some indents or things like that. I'm a tab person. I don't know. Yeah, I know people have, yeah, all right. There's one supporter there. People have opinions, I know. But that's an example, right? You don't want a mixture of spaces and tabs. You want to pick one or the other. So you're normalizing your data. You could also encode that data, right? Let's say, sometimes removing characters can be destructive, If you want to say, I'm going to remove dashes, I'm going to sanitize that, then again, you're taking away from that person's name. That's going to make your data inaccurate if you're removing characters entirely. So what you could do instead is you could just encode them, right? Think about URLs. How many times have you entered a URL, in plain text, and then when it actually executes, like a bunch of the characters are replaced with like ampersands and numbers and all that type of thing. All those characters are being encoded because they're not valid to be present in a URL. That's an example of data normalization. It's not getting rid of anything. It's just encoding those characters. And if at some point you needed that plain text URL back, you could just unencode them and you would have what you entered, right? So you can encode them. We can also escape characters. This is something that I've done quite a bit, which is where you're still preserving the original characters. You're just making sure that the target system doesn't think there's something that it has to deal with, right? Something that it has to execute, something that it has to work with, right? It's not going to treat it like a command. It's just going to treat it like a thing that exists. It's going to skip right over it, and it's just going to say like, okay, I don't see this at all. I'm just going to keep on trucking, right? So yeah, sometimes we want to keep those characters, just leave them as is. We can escape them. Most databases have the ability to escape characters. You'll find this a lot with things like escaping single quotes or escaping double quotes in a database. You might escape them with more quotes, and then you get like a wonderful chain of quotes, and it's really confusing. But there's a lot of different ways you can do that. Sometimes it's with a slash, other options there. So you have a lot of different options for sanitization as well. Now, another thing you want to do, and I'll admit I'm guilty of maybe not doing this as much as I should in my own applications, is that you want to sanitize again each time a trust barrier is passed. So what do I mean by a trust barrier? So a trust barrier essentially means a layer within the application where more logic is going to be executed, right? So you've got your front end, you've got your form. So data passes in. There's probably some client-side scripts that are running, doing stuff. You want to sanitize before those scripts get executed. You want to make sure that data is safe. Then it gets passed to another layer. Maybe it goes into your server, you got some controllers going on, and different logic is going to run. And maybe it's on a different platform. Maybe it's in a different language, right? And so it could have different rules. And so you want to make sure that the data is safe for that layer as well. And then maybe it goes to the database. So before it goes to the database, you want to make sure that it's safe again. So maybe you sanitize again. And it's going to sit in the database for a while, and then you're going to retrieve it. And you're going to do more logic before you display it to the user, right? When you retrieve it, you're going to query it, display it to the user. So you want to sanitize again. Another reason for sanitizing on retrieval is that maybe that data's been in your database for 5 years. And your rules have changed since then. Your interface has changed since then. You've added additional sanitization on incoming data. But that data was already in your database. It hasn't been touched. So you're going to retrieve it again, sanitize again, make sure it's safe. It's not going to do anything you don't expect. So how do we actually do this? I'm giving you all the things you should do. So how do we actually do it? So you have a lot of different options here. You'll see some QR codes there. I'll talk about those in a second. But in general, you want to understand the use case for each data element you are bringing in. Like I said before, you shouldn't just be collecting data for the heck of it. I know that's tempting sometimes, but we shouldn't be because we don't know what that data is or how it's going to be used. So we should know the use case for each database, for each data element. Where and how does each user input travel within the application? Is it bouncing around through multiple controllers, getting written to the database, and then being retrieved by an entirely different application? Do you know? Where is it going? Where does that data live? Where is it going? That's going to inform you. That's going to inform your sanitization rules and what type of data you accept in the first place. Also, please don't reinvent the wheel. I know it's tempting to try to build your own regex because we like to get fancy. Is anybody afraid of regex? Yeah, lots of us are afraid of regex, right? Yeah, I mean, hey, me too. Regex is scary. So yeah, don't try to do your own. This problem has been around for a while. That comic I showed you was from 2007. People have had a lot of time to try to solve these problems, and they've built a lot of wonderful tools that can help us with validating and sanitizing data. So first off, just build your forms well. I know a lot of, just build your forms well. Be mindful of the attributes, assign the right attributes to the right forms, use the right form type in the first place. Just build your forms well, use what's built into HTML, if you're even using HTML. And then there's a lot of wonderful libraries out there, things like DOM Purify, a bunch more. There's also the wonderful Open Worldwide Application Security Project. That is a marvelous organization that just is trying to help you make your application safer and more secure. These 3 QR codes up here, please do scan them. They are the OWASP cheat sheets for things like input validation, SQL injection, cross-site scripting prevention. They are, I promise, it's not dense documentation. These are literally the Cliffs Notes. These are the cheat sheets. They're like one-pagers on all the things you can do to make your application safer, do better validation, do better sanitization. Scan those. Also, control script execution and database access. A lot of databases have the ability to prevent execution of bad stuff, right? Assign the appropriate user roles to your applications. Make sure that people who aren't allowed to execute stuff aren't allowed to execute stuff. That school administrator should never have been allowed to run a drop table statement against the database. It should not have happened. So that app probably shouldn't have had the ability to do that in the first place. Only an admin should be able to run destructive observations or executions. Okay, I'm out of time, but just make sure that you're sanitizing, you're validating. Please give your data engineers good data. We will thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.